All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is February 14th, 2024. Welcome to the meeting. I'll start off by reading our mission statement. The Arizona State Board of Pharmacy protects the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Arizona by regulating the practice of pharmacy and the manufacturing, distribution, sale, and storage of prescription medications and devices and non-prescription medications. Just a quick housekeeping note, you might have noticed there is a sign-in sheet as you walked in the door. A little bit later in the meeting today, we're going to talk about continuing education. If you want continuing education for the meeting, you will need to sign in, and the compliance officers will work with you on that. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the meeting, either today or tomorrow, but do make sure that you sign in if you want to get your CE. Again, everybody, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day and happy birthday to the state of Arizona because today is Statehood Day. So let's go ahead and kick it off with roll call and conflicts of interest. Dr. Gandhi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald.
Here, no conflict of interest.
Ms. Nair.
Here, no conflicts.
Ms. Davis.
President, I submitted my one conflict of interest previously in writing.
Thank you. Ms. Walmsley.
Present and mine have been submitted.
Ms. Lehan.
I'm present and mine have also been submitted.
Mr. Dang.
I'm here. No conflicts, sir.
Mr. Al-Nasif.
Here, I submitted mine.
And Mr. Anderson.
Present, and I've submitted my conflicts for 4A and 8F.
Thank you. Just for the conflicts of interest during the agenda item, if you can call out those conflicts as well, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Moving on to tab 4, complaint review. We will pull off a couple of items for discussion. So item 4AE was noticed for full board discussion. We are going to table item 4P. And item 4O, we need to have a little bit of discussion because there is a signed consent agreement for our discussion. Is there anything else that members would like to pull?
I do need to make a correction. I have a recusal on 10A and I have not submitted it yet, but I will.
Thank you. If not, do I have a motion on the?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 4C. And did you say we were going to be reviewing 4E?
4AE.
All right, I'd like to hear 4C, 4E, 4F, 4R, 4V, and 4W.
Ooh, you're going to make us work hard today. All right. Noting all of those items. So 4C, 4E, 4F, 4R, 4V, 4W, 4O, 4P, and 4AE, we are going to pull off for discussion. Do I have a motion with the rest of the items remaining on the consent agenda for complaints?
Madam Chair, Member Thorwald, I move we accept the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Dr. Gandhi, if you can do roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Lehan.
Noting my recusals, aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nasif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Noting recusal. Aye.
Thank you.
Very well. 4C is the first item, and I am recused, so I will turn it over to Ms. Davis to lead that discussion.
Thank you. So this is complaint number 23-0578. This is a patient receiving the incorrect dose of medication. Looks like a patient was given Synthroid 175 instead of 75 microgram tablets. Does anyone that was present at the complaint review committee want to kick this discussion off?
I'll just say for myself, it was just a med error and we recommended 3 hours of non-disciplinary C for the pharmacist and the technician involved, which is in line with what we do with typically in med error cases.
So my question and concern is that we had a serious safety event here. The patient did have harm and the patient did experience extra costs involved with if additional lab work, additional medical visits. And I see that on the complaint, the possible violation for the permit holder was to be determined by the board. Was there any discussion about a possible violation to be tagged to the permit holder on this, or just for the licensees?
My thought is that the permit holder wasn't involved in this necessarily. I don't see it as something that the permit holder had responsibility directly for this.
So as I was reading the narrative, I saw that they were using central fill, and the way that the bottles were returned to stock, that could have complicated some issues, and their central fill process and their return to stock issues were noted for me to be concerning.
Definitely concerning when a prescription is misfilled, especially if patient harm occurs or potentially can occur. I do think the board has a duty to impose the same kind of sentence discipline for cases that we've done in the past. And in the past, the 3 hours of continuing education is very much in line with what we've done many times. So it's my opinion the complaint review committee has the correct recommendation, but I'm willing to, open it up to any further discussion.
Why I don't think the permit holder should be involved necessarily is that I'm sure they have policies around this. They just weren't followed by the staff. And that's why I feel like the non-disciplinary CE should be assigned to the staff that were involved.
It didn't seem like the return to stock process really did work in this scenario, so that I'm not certain that the permit holder does have policies in place to ensure that return to stock bottles are appropriately redispensed in the prescription filling process.
I can understand that. And I would be in favor of a letter of concern possibly for the permit holder. But I'm leaning more towards the 3 hour CE for the tech and the pharmacist.
And one of the things that I'm noticing in the summary here is that it seems like they're going back and kind of looking at this and saying, maybe this happened, this might have been the case. And there isn't, from reading this, there doesn't seem to be verification that that was what was happening. It was as if they just took a look back and said that could have been part of what was occurring. So I would stand in line with what the complaint committee had already decided based off of that.
I would like to point out something that I've mentioned in past, when somebody is hurt or they have extra expenses associated with, is that there should be some kind of mechanism to require if they're found, the board finds them, that somebody did something wrong and penalizes it. There should be some mechanism to ensure that the person who is, or animal, pet, whatever, that's out of pocket money for this, that has had problems, is reimbursed for those kinds of things instead of being left with the only possibilities of legal action. Just my note on that.
Also, in the response from the PIC, they didn't mention anything about any sort of how they've supported their patient that they misfilled this prescription on along to get the patient back up to their appropriate thyroid level.
I don't think it's our place to make the patient whole monetarily. I think that, our legal guidance could help with that, but I just think that that's not our realm. It's not our scope.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Instead of having these CEs non-disciplinary, can we make it disciplinary just because there's patient harm involved?
Yeah, the board has the authority to do whatever it chooses. It would just, there have been other cases, even in the last couple of meetings, where there's been more serious med errors than this that we've only given continuing education to. So we just need to think about trying to be consistent with these cases.
The other side of that is maybe we should change our consistency to a different
Mhm.
type. Just because we've done it in the past doesn't mean it's necessarily correct. It's just like any legal case or precedent that's set. Sometimes things need to be changed.
I agree with you that precedent can change, but I don't see it being necessary here because our job's to look at the action that happened, not necessarily the result, because every time there's a med error, there is the possibility of there being harm. And we're looking at the action that was taken, which was the med error. That's my thought.
Well,
So
in this
the-
case, the matter had resulted in patient harm to some degree, so I would make a motion to change those non-disciplinary CE to disciplinary E. CE.
Second,
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Roll call.
Should we do a roll call? Yeah. Yeah, Ms. Lahan.
I just wanted to make note that this is a look-alike, sound-alike drug, so do keep that in mind as well.
And to that point, you know, the permit holder has a responsibility to support the pharmacist and the pharmacy technician in this. And if they are look-alike, sound-alike, what does the permit holder have to support them to make sure that they're not making those dispensing errors? And that was not addressed in any of the narratives by the employees of this permit holder. And that's why I personally believe the permit holder should be tagged with a violation in this scenario. The return to stock bottle, the look-alike, sound-alike nature. I don't think that the permit holder is supporting their employees to deliver the best care possible.
I agree.
So at this moment, we have a motion and a second on the table for disciplinary continuing education for both the pharmacist and the pharmacy technician. Is that correct?
That's
So
correct.
let's take a roll call vote on at least that part.
Mr. Thorwald,
aye.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Wamsley's recused, Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Nay.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Okay, would anyone like to attempt
Yeah.
another motion?
I'll make another motion, and I feel like this might be kind of middle of the road. I think that letter of concern to the permit holder for looking at improving processes to prevent errors, and 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE for the pharmacist and the technician involved.
Could we take those separately, please? Have two motions, one with respect to the permit holder, and then another motion with respect to the tech and the pharmacist.
Okay, a letter of concern to the permit holder.
Disciplinary, non-disciplinary?
Letters of concern are non-disciplinary.
All right, I have a motion. Anyone care to make a second?
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Do you want a roll call or?
Yes, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley's recused, Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you. All right, so let's now deal with the pharmacist and the technician. Would anyone care to make a motion regarding the
I'll restate mine.
okay, go for it.
3 hours of non-disciplinary CE in med error prevention for the technician and the pharmacist involved.
I'll second.
Perfect. I have a motion and a second. Do you want a roll call again?
Not necessary. I don't feel like it's a close call, but
Okay. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right.
1 nay.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, next up is item 4E. Let me get my book started here. My iPad will cooperate here. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure.
So we keep it moving.
So 4E is complaint number 23-0584. This is a CMG distributor that relocated without notifying the board for 6 years. It looks like this distributor relocated in November 2017. The board confirmed this relocation date via email. They had renewed their permit twice in 2019 and 2021 without notifying the board of the relocation. Does anyone that was at the permit or the complaint review committee want to talk about what your discussion revolved around this case?
I was very concerned that at the meeting that they have the address, they've renewed it each time and have not changed it. Something that goes on that long is significant in my mind.
Me too, Mr. Thorwald. That's why I had asked for this one to be pulled as well. I just think that the $500 civil penalty is insufficient. I think per renewal period, we've missed 3 of them. I think we should do 3 times 500 for 1,500. That makes more sense to me versus just a single 500. They missed this 3 times. They had 3 opportunities to do it.
I would be okay. We did discuss that at length, and this one is a little bit atypical because of the time frame. It is an administrative violation, so I don't know that I think it needs to be disciplinary per se, but I could support doing, as long as that is an option that we have, Ms. Galvin. I don't know if there's a cap on the non-disciplinary fine.
I will check. Cam or Jennifer, is it $500 per violation on non-disciplinary?
We did 2 250s. I just didn't know if there was a maximum number of dollars we could do.
Well, and just to clarify, the recommendation of complaint review was to offer a consent agreement for $500.
It was a consent agreement. So what's your recommendation?
A consent agreement for 1,500.
Okay,
Non-disciplinary still?
Yes.
It was disciplinary.
disciplinary.
Okay.
Any additional discussion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
All right, next up is 4F, and I am recused from that one as well. So I will give that over to you, Ms. Davis.
Surely. This is complaint number 23-0510. This is a misdispensing patient received atorvastatin instead of levothyroxine, consumed atorvastatin for 2 months, which belonged to the incorrect patient. Anybody from the complaint committee want to talk about your discussion regarding this one?
So it is the same. It's a human error and we roll with our standard, like 3 hours CE.
So in this case, it looks like it was a pharmacy clerk that sold the prescription, didn't verify the patient's date of birth, and thus the prescription was sold to the wrong patient. So there was no violation of the permit holder. They didn't do anything incorrectly. It was a staff member that didn't follow directions. So I'd be in favor also of the non-disciplinary continuing education for the pharmacist.
Right. Unfortunately, the clerk's not licensed, so we can't take action on their license.
So what is on the notes here is that the recommended action from the complaint committee was an advisory letter to the PIC.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what we recommended, but I was torn about just dismiss the case because the clerk was involved, wasn't licensed. And even like PIC, I believe they kind of just watch everyone's coming to the window, and it was a refill, no counseling required. So, but after a long discussion, we decided to go with the CE required for PIC. But I will leave it up to the other board members to discuss again, but I was in favor of dismiss the case.
Yeah, we decided that the pick was over the clerks and supervising, so we chose non-disciplinary CE for the pick. But yes, we did have discussion about possible dismissal.
It was advisory letter.
Oh, sorry, a non-disciplinary letter?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, non-disciplinary letter, sorry. There was a lot of discussion, I forgot where we landed.
I don't think that there's much harm in issuing a non-disciplinary advisory letter to the PIC to remind them of their, training obligations for their staff.
So I'll just bring up my concern again that, the permit holder has not been tagged with any sort of violation. And I don't know what their sort of point of sale screen prompts are. But this clerk who they brought back to support the pharmacist that day, it was not even in a training program at the time, was not, in my opinion, properly trained to sell that medication safely to patients, because they're bypassing all the prompts on the system, or maybe there were no prompts. So I'm just concerned that the permit holder is allowing these non-licensed clerks to come back into the pharmacy and sell medications without proper training.
I do find it helpful to have the pharmacy clerks trained and to be able to come back and support the pharmacy in times when there may be a sick call or when it may be especially busy, to be able to take care of the patients. And I feel that the training and the oversight falls on the pharmacists in charge and those that are in the building, and those responsible for doing the training. I'm not sure that I feel like it falls on the permit. If they allow for this and they have a training in place, I feel like the pharmacist in charge is the one who's responsible for that. That's just my opinion.
I think it might be an assumption that they don't have proper training. It just, well, we actually know is that it wasn't done correctly. The process was not done correctly. I would suspect that such a large corporation would have proper training. I just believe it just wasn't followed in this case.
So, Ms. Lehan, in my opinion, I do agree with you that the training part should be delegated to the pharmacist in charge. But in a scenario where me working as a pharmacist, before I let someone who's a non-licensed pharmacy technician, I want to make sure that that person at least know about the basics of medication distribution. So because it would affect my own license. So my first question to that person is, have you been trained? Have you been trained on how to ring a prescription? Have you been trained to check the patient's date of birth and so on and so forth? Because ultimately that's for my own benefit and for the patient's safety. Therefore, I think we need to make the pharmacist working on that day accountable for this mistake as well.
And I would agree with the letter that was already being put into place, because I feel like as a PIC myself in similar situations, that I would ensure the person who is working with me did have that kind of training and that kind of knowledge. That being said, if I feel comfortable that they have that and they don't follow the policy that I expect them to follow, that they've been trained to follow, that I feel is not always reflective. It may be reflective of the moment and not always reflective of the training that we set forth for them in the beginning. So I do think that giving the letter to the pharmacist in charge is perhaps warranted as a reminder for that reason. I'm in agreement with you.
And then on another note, based on my recollection in the past, we have issue letter of concern or some sort of disciplinary to the permit holder for allowing non-licensee to enter the pharmacy, right? I could be wrong, but I just feel like the clerk although the clerk is the employee of the store, but the clerk does not have, is not a licensee. So issued by, so I feel that this clerk is, should not be allowed to enter the pharmacy.
They're a pharmacy clerk. They're there just basically to ring up. They have certain duties they can and cannot do,
Okay,
but they are allowed to be in pharmacy.
And just to correct, pharmacy can allow non-pharmacy staff to enter the pharmacy under the pharmacist PIC approval or pharmacist supervision. I mean, even in the hospital or in the retail world, there is many non-pharmacy staff enter the pharmacy to support the staff. So, and I believe we have rules in our State Board of Pharmacy about this, that we allow non-pharmacy staff to enter the pharmacy.
There are certain contractual individuals that are allowed in the pharmacy per PIC supervision or pharmacist that's present there supervision.
thank you.
That's already in our statutes and rules.
For consistency with the case we just discussed, I mean, we had patient harm again, same drug, levothyroxine, patient, not therapeutic. And as a result of this med error, I think a letter to the permit holder for allowing and supporting. I get that we have pharmacy clerks and that is permitted by registration, but there is a risk too by not having licensed and personnel back there. And here we are talking about that risk. So I think the permit holder allows for these employees to be back there. The PIC is responsible for training and ensuring that they're following policies and procedures. But ultimately, the permit holder controls the environment.
Can I make one clarification what you said? Clerks are not registered.
Correct. I know they're not registered.
Oh, I thought you said by way of registration, they
No.
could be there.
No,
Okay.
they're not registered. So we have no ability to sanction them. So the permit holder is the one that employs these clerks, not the PIC. The PIC just supervises them. So if we're going to continue to allow non-licensed, non-registered personnel back in pharmacies to do these sort of support functions, and assume that risk, then the permit holder, I think we need to foster accountability with the permit holder.
I would agree with that. I mean, we can just drop the PIC and we send a letter of concern to the permit holder just to assure appropriate training for clerks.
But what do we think the permit holder specifically had a role in this particular instance? What's their role here? What's lacking that they should have done?
They can enforce policy.
What leads us to believe they didn't?
Well, at least prove it to us that they have trained their clerks.
And they set up mechanisms within their point of sale screens that can't be bypassed, that there's hard stops, there's certain things that the permit holder controls that can prevent these downstream problems and, patient care concerns.
Or provide more supervision for clerks. So I don't know if I remember correctly. So at that time, that clerk was during the training. It wasn't like even fully trained. I don't know if I'm wrong. If anyone can correct me, but.
Yeah, it says was training to be a pharmacy clerk.
Yeah, so that's exactly why I believe leaving this clerk by themselves, so this is what caused the issue. So at least should be supervised by a licensed technician or a pharmacist during the duties. So I don't know, I mean, I can make a motion. So I have two motions. First, to drop the PIC from our recommendation. That's my first motion. And the second one is to send a letter of concern to the permit holder.
Should we take those separately?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead with your first motion, please.
Okay, First motion to remove PIC from the recommendation.
I think Mr. Al-Nasi, if you'll be not to adopt the recommendation from the committee.
Okay. So my motion not to adopt the recommendation from the committee
And to dismiss against the PIC.
and dismiss against the PIC.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
It fails for lack of a second.
All right, anyone else want to attempt, or do you want to try your second motion?
Yeah, my second motion is to send a letter of concern to the permit holder.
Second,
Mhm.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Would you like a roll call? Okay.
Please.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Davis,
Nay.
Ms. Walmsley's recused, Ms. Lehan,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What do we want to do? Does anyone want to make a motion with regards to the pharmacist?
Just I'd like to add one comment on this. I mean, like we're trying to ensure the patient safety here, right? And then I believe PIC, they should like supervise their staff and make sure they're doing the right thing. So but I'm thinking like, is having the permit holder like accountable on this? Hopefully that will improve the system. So,
I just feel personally that the permit holder has the policies and procedures in place. And the PIC was the one that was there supervising. So I would be in favor of a letter of concern to the PIC.
So I understand policies and procedures, but those are very low level in the hierarchy of patient safety mechanisms for systems to improve safety. So the higher we can go with, forcing functions within, the point of sale device, hard stops within the point of sale device, I think those are controlled by the permit holder. Policies and procedures are very low level strategies for patient safety, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Was that a motion to uphold the PIC's letter?
I'll make that my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for a non-disciplinary letter of concern to the pharmacist in charge. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. None opposed.
Okay, next item for discussion is 4F. While I get my book started again, go ahead and take it, Miss. I'm sorry, 4R. Is what we'll take next.
And I'm recused.
Go ahead and take it while I'm getting my book started up. here again.
Sure. So this is case number 23-0651. This is a pharmacist that dispensed the wrong quantity of a C2 opiate prescription. The prescription was written for hydrocodone acetaminophen 10-325s. It looks like it was written for quantity of 30, but 100 tablets was dispensed. Discussion about this one.
Go ahead, Miss.
I
Sarah?
am anticipating what it is. It's because the quantity was left blank and it automatically put in 100.
Yeah, that I just very concerned with what the recommendation from the complaint committee was with that and how a system can allow that. I mean, say the way I was reading this narrative in this was whatever the stock bottle is what it's going to default as. Say my stock bottle was 500 count. Am I going to dispense 500? I mean, I think that the permit holder controls how those systems are configured and it should not default to the package size. And because it did, it set this pharmacist up for failure, and why the permit holder isn't tagged with a violation here is puzzling to me, because I think that's who should be held accountable or in conjunction with the pharmacist in this one.
What did you have in mind?
I'd really like to hear from the permit holder on this.
I think that's the right way to go with this. I think we're making assumptions that there are certain things that are the case with systems or not. Not everybody puts everything in a complaint response. And I don't think we should jump to conclusions that there are system issues, that there aren't policies and procedures, those kinds of things. I think we need to hear from them. So I would recommend a conference here if there are open questions, rather than making a decision on the case without hearing fully from all the parties. And that would be my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 4V. This is a complaint. Licensee failed to report a criminal charge for 10 working days. Recommendation from the committee on this item was a $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty. This is one that you asked to pull, Mr. Anderson. If you could talk about why you wanted to chat about this one.
So this was just unique to me in that this individual is not even working in a licensed pharmacy and has a trainee license. We don't know whether or not this individual is working towards getting a full registration, full technician license. They're not in an environment where they're training to become a pharmacy technician. I'm wondering if we should offer an opportunity for this individual to relinquish their license versus continuing on and finding him for this. Is he really going to be working in pharmacy practice?
I disagree. I think that they're a licensee that didn't follow what was required of them. And that's what we're looking at versus where their position is and what type of license they hold.
Madam Chair, if I may, even though the board made a recommendation, let's say the board as a whole accepted the recommendation, the licensee or registrant still has the option to say, hey, I don't want to pay the $250. Can I just surrender? So that option is always there.
I just found this unique because I don't see that that he's even working in pharmacy. He's got a trainee license for a finite period of time to become a certified pharmacy tech. I'm not seeing any effort made in doing that. So does he really want to be a pharmacy tech? You can pay fines or you can release your license. Is he really invested in moving forward in our profession?
But to Dr. Gandhi's point, he already has that option, even if we move forward with the complaint recommendation as it is. And I think we would be making assumptions that he doesn't want to matriculate to be a full pharmacy technician.
Yeah,
Just because he doesn't have a job in a pharmacy doesn't mean that he couldn't be working towards certification on the side.
Board's position has always been let's give them an opportunity to keep their license so that they can continue to practice if they want. But also the option is always open.
And you would not be prohibited from adopting the recommendation and also instructing staff to include a consent agreement for voluntary surrender. So in the event he decides I'm out, I'm not going to be in the practice of pharmacy, the consent agreement for voluntary surrender could also be included.
Well, this one's a non-disciplinary letter.
Correct, but he could still decide that he doesn't want to participate.
Absolutely. Yep.
I'd be willing to make that a motion. My motion's $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty for failure to report with the option to accept a surrender of license.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I guess we'll do a roll call since there's a potential consent agreement in there as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. 4W complaint 23-0635, a licensee failed to report a criminal charge within 10 working days. Dr. Anderson, I think you have to pull this one as well.
Yeah, this one, I believe this applicant or the respondent was also under the age of 21 and then had a blood alcohol content of 0.8 while sleeping off some of it. I just wanted to hear what the thought process was from the complaint committee on what their recommendation was.
They failed to report that there was a charge.
Right.
So
Was there any sort of discussion about any sort of substance use concerns?
if we follow our recommended, for the sake of consistency, we have a recommended chart that we go by. And if it's a first offense, we typically do not take any action regarding substance use. But do you think it warrants something different? So that's just,
He's under 21. He's, yeah, I think there's a potential public safety concern with somebody being impaired.
always, I agree.
I would like to point out it didn't happen while he was at work.
True.
We have another case further in the agenda that the person came to work impaired. So that was to me, a much different situation than something like this. He's also currently unemployed. I'm comfortable with the recommendation as it is, but willing to hear alternative thoughts.
And I'm not sure we can change our decision based on age. I don't think this is appropriate as well. Like it is, I don't think it's our scope to decide. And there is like legal path can be taken, but out of the State Board of Pharmacy. So I'm okay, or same thing with our recommendation.
If I may, you're not prohibited from considering the fact that not only was he cited with a DUI, but he was also underage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can discuss that, but I don't know if we can make our decision based on the age, like we roll like different if somebody under 21 or above 21. That's my concern. If we can make those decisions based on age, I mean, we can discuss that. But from my perspective, I don't think we should like make decision based on age or anything like related to that. It's like violation is violation, and is under 21, so there is like police officers are involved and they can do like something else.
That's all. I kind of wanted to hear the discussion and
Any further discussion or do we have a motion?
I move we accept the consent agenda's the committee's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Item 4P, we will be tabling. We don't need a motion for that, right, Ms. Galvin? Okay, item 4AE was pulled for full board discussion. This is complaint number 23-0702. Board staff received notification that a pharmacy technician was terminated for gross employment, for gross misconduct and theft of non-prescription merchandise. So we had kind of a lengthy discussion around this item, and we couldn't recall at the time kind of how we've handled these cases in the past. So I asked that staff pull some prior case history around this type of matter and to discuss that with Ms. Davis and I in the pre-meeting. From our discussion yesterday, there are several different cases that we've had in the past few years there is a consent agenda, I'm sorry, a consent agreement in our book for a somewhat of a similar item. It is item Kianavon, can you direct me?
8G.
8G is somewhat of a similar case where there was multiple thefts of front-end merchandise. So just to kind of kick it off, I guess, in terms of discussion based on the discussion that I had with staff, that's kind of where my head is, which is a probation with some reports from the PIC. Obviously, there's concerns with honesty and things like that here. And just want to make sure that this individual is being monitored in terms of their conduct. But I'll open it up to discussion for the rest of the committee members on anything else that we discussed.
Agree that there would be definitely concerns with trust from an employee that stole non-prescription merchandise, and I think that monitoring from the PIC would be appropriate. Also mirrors some action we've taken in the past in situations such as this. I'd be in support of that as well.
Would that be a probation? That'd be a term of the probation?
Yes. So I think that what we've done in the past and what I can make a motion is a term of probation, maybe 1 year, with quarterly reports from the pharmacy technicians PIC regarding their progress at work.
Can we add like informing employer or potential employer in future about this discipline as well?
Like during the probationary
The
period?
probationary period, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that standard terms in probation? If they're on probation, is that their expectation is that they share that with any potential employer?
Yeah.
Yes. May I ask for clarification when you ask for reports that discuss the progress at work?
I think we have to be a little more specific of what we want.
It's hard to know what to ask for when the behavior is stealing food. Any suggestions about how we should word that?
Or maybe that the technician's in good standing and there's no discipline at the store.
Yeah, that would work. Would that be more appropriate, Ms. Galvin?
That is helpful, or no concerns with his conduct as a pharmacy or store employee.
I like that.
Yeah, that's great.
I like that.
I will amend my motion to that.
And I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
And would that include if it's not signed within 10 business days to go to formal hearing?
Yes, standard term.
Everyone in agreement? Speak now if not. Ms. Galvin, are we good to move on?
Yes, thank you.
All right, item 4O. This is complaint number 23-0693. This added to your board book last evening is a consent agreement that was drafted and signed by the individual for it's an interim consent for an evaluation. There were a couple of options that the complaint committee had, and staff reached out to the individual and they opted to move this direction. So I believe the correct motion would be if we want to accept this consent or correct, Ms. Galvin, at this point?
That would be correct.
I make a motion to accept the consent agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Items tabs 5 through 13 are listed in the consent agenda. We can take those as one item unless there's anything anybody else wants to pull off. Otherwise, I'll take a motion from somebody that does not have a recusal in one of those tabs.
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda in tab 5.
Through 13.
Second.
5 through 13.
5 through. Yes, 5 through 13.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call since there's discipline in here.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
I noting my recusal.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
I note recusals.
Ms. Lehan,
I noting recusals.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
I noting I can't say that
Recusals.
word.
Recusals.
All right.
Madam
Item
Chair, just one question. Going back to 4.0, since we resolved it, do we want to vacate the summary suspension agenda item?
yes, is that appropriate to do that today?
It is set for
Tomorrow.
so we'll take that tomorrow.
And then just going back quickly, I do need a motion to approve the minutes, which are the YouTube video. So I'll take a motion for approval of the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Item 14A, remodel applications requiring board review, apostrophe pharmacy. Good morning, Mr. Morris. If you could please introduce yourself for the record and tell us why you're here today.
Sure. My client will be up here in just a second. Roger Morris, Quarles for Apostrophe Pharmacy. I told him to be prepared to be here all day, so this is exciting.
This was earlier than I thought. So
Introduce yourself.
I'm Luke Wright. I'm the pharmacist in charge at Apostrophe Pharmacy.
Welcome very much, Mr. Morris or Mr. Wright, if you want to tell us why you're here.
Sure. We're here for a remodel application with a deviation. This is an extension of the pharmacy. They are outgrowing their space and they need to have some additional space. They're in the process of looking for more space to build out, but there's a building about 100 yards from them that they can use in the interim. And Luke will explain to you what's going on. And he has a statement to read because he's a little nervous in front of you. So go ahead, Luke.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll read it. Like I said, I'm the pharmacist in charge at Apostrophe Pharmacy. I've been the pharmacist in charge since we first received our pharmacy permit 5 years ago. I began my pharmacy career working as a pharmacy technician in Tempe while I was an undergraduate in college. I attended pharmacy school at Lipscomb University in Nashville, Tennessee, graduating in 2016. Upon graduation, I began working at a sterile compounding pharmacy in Scottsdale, Arizona. During my 2 years working at that pharmacy, I learned a lot about the different chapters in the USP that pertain to compounding and the regulations applicable to both 503A and 503B compounding pharmacies, as well as CGMP requirements. After a couple of years, I became involved in the leadership of Apostrophe Pharmacy, acting as pharmacist in charge. At Apostrophe, we set out to formulate compounds that would improve patients' lives by combining their medications together. We accomplished just that, and over the last 5 years, we have experienced significant growth, dispensing over 20,000 prescriptions to Arizonans in 2023 alone. We have grown from 30 pharmacy staff members in late 2022 to a staff of over 100 pharmacists, technicians, and support staff today. We have formulated safe and innovative non-sterile compounded medications for thousands of patients and plan to continue to do so. Please note that we also dispense commercially manufactured medications. Our goal is to continue to expand our pharmacy practice employing local pharmacists and technicians while providing pharmacy services to many more thousands of patients. In furtherance of this goal, our practice requires a larger pharmacy facility in order to provide comprehensive and timely care to patients we serve. To that end, we are researching potential sites in the Phoenix area that will support us for the next 8 to 10 years. But signing a lease and building out a pharmacy takes a long time due to labor and material shortages. In the short term, we fortunately identified a building less than 100 yards from our pharmacy that could reasonably aid with our pharmacy services. We hope the board will allow us to temporarily extend our permitted space into this non-contiguous building located in close proximity to our pharmacy. The proposed building would act as an extension of our pharmacy, where we would continue to follow all the applicable laws, rules, and regulations, including our established SOPs currently in place at our permitted pharmacy. Both pharmacy spaces will have a pharmacist present at all times, and every entrance or exit will be properly secured to only permit pharmacy personnel. Our security services employed at our current building would extend to this additional space. The additional space will allow us to enhance our dispensing capacity, reduce patient wait times, improve patient satisfaction, and ultimately better the patient care we provide. It will also help us improve the inventory management by providing additional storage for medications, including those requiring special storage conditions. We will not perform any compounding in the additional space. Medications will be transferred from one space to another via a small box truck we will rent and always be supervised by a pharmacist from our staff. We understand the importance of maintaining the highest standards of pharmacy practice, especially when expanding into a non-contiguous space. We are committed to adhering to all regulatory requirements and guidelines set forth by the Arizona Board of Pharmacy, including any specific provisions for operating a non-contiguous pharmacy space. This expansion represents a significant step forward for Apostrophe Pharmacy and our patients. It will enable us to continue providing exceptional care, meet the evolving health needs of our patients, and contribute to the overall health and well-being of the community we serve. I or my counsel would be happy to answer any questions that you may have and to provide further details as needed. Thank you for considering our proposal and for your ongoing support of pharmacy in Arizona.
Thanks. A couple of quick notes. There are no controlled substances at this pharmacy, and there won't be for this purpose. And they are intending to build a state-of-the-art compounding facility, but it's the finding the new space, building it out, and the issues that are there, particularly with some of the changes with 797 and 800 that's going on. And that's why this temporary request is here.
Thank you, Mr. Morse and Mr. Wright. One question. So when would you anticipate the move, and what would the time frame look like?
We're looking to do this in the next 2 to 3 months with approval from the board.
And they would expect an inspector to come out and look at it pursuant to, assuming the board approves this.
So are you asking for this deviation request? Is this a deviation
Really
request?
a remodel request, but we weren't sure if the board looked at it as a deviation because non-contiguous. So we put it as both.
Are you asking for this remodel / deviation request for a certain time frame, or just
Up to just up to 2 years.
up to 2 years?
I have a question. So you have the big move, you have the box truck, you have this security of at least having a pharmacist present. What about when you need medication that the other pharmacy has? You're just going to have people run back and forth with the drugs? How is that going to work?
Yeah, we will be storing both raw ingredients and commercially manufactured medications in both locations, and the box truck will facilitate the transport of that. Since it is under 100 yards, it's probably about a 30-second drive between buildings in the box truck. But that's how we anticipate doing that.
Their anticipation is not that they're going to be running back and forth multiple times a day, but that they should be able to coordinate this to do it just a couple of times a week, hopefully.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times a week is what we're planning on for that transport.
When a wholesaler brings medications to you, where would they drop it off?
With this agreement, it would be either place.
That could be there could be a barrier with that, because if your physical permit only shows the one address and the second address is not on the permit, the wholesaler won't deliver to that location.
Then they will have it delivered to the permitted address.
Yeah, that's a flexibility that, according to your guidance, we would follow.
I'm curious, has the compliance officer been assigned to review the preliminary paperwork on this? And are we allowed to ask for their perspective on this?
I don't know if they would if we hadn't approved it.
I mean,
If I may, this concept has been approved by this board at least 6 times in the past. This non-contiguous temporary concept to be able to do it.
I do think that this is safer than trying to squeeze more people to try and do the compounds and those kinds of things. So I am supportive of it in concept. I think 2 years is probably a little bit long for me. So I don't know that I would want to approve it for that period of time, but I am generally supportive of the concept.
I am too. I'm just concerned about safety and what the things you have in place for transferring medication.
And we put 2 years just to make it, because we just didn't know with construction and build out and everything else. If the board would like, I mean, you can approve it for a shorter time, or they can come back a year from now and report on where they are and how it's going, whatever you would prefer.
I would be comfortable with a year and then coming back to report.
And at the location, that's the temporary location, what kind of mechanism do you have for who can enter, who cannot enter for that type of safety?
It will be built out in the same way as our current pharmacy, which only pharmacy personnel are allowed in with badge access. We do employ a third-party security service to help enforce that in situations where non-pharmacy personnel try to enter. They are there to stop them. That same setup will be done at our current at the new proposed temporary facility pharmacy.
And just to clarify for the board, this is a closed door mail order pharmacy, so public is not there.
Any hazardous drugs?
We do compound hazardous medications, yeah.
So just one thing top of mind for me is potential Department of Transportation. And now have hazardous drugs in a box truck that you're now accountable for between locations. How are you going to mitigate that? And what sort of temperature excursion deviations do you have in play with this transport system?
Yeah, so I think one thing to understand is the distance is not long. We will always transport our medications according to manufacturer's specifications and SDSs according to requirements there. USP 800 does have some allowances for NIOSH drugs that are not anti-neoplastics. And those are the ones we carry. The only ones we carry are finasteride, spironolactone, things that are reproductive risk only. And so we will follow guidance there according to USP 800 as far as transport goes.
So since it's like a short distance, it's same thing moving drugs from the first floor to the third floor in the hospital. I mean, I see it's appropriate
97
because,
yards. I
yeah.
mean, it's across the parking lot.
Yeah, so I can make motion to approve the request for 1 year to come in a year from now to re-report to the board.
Obviously, if they don't need it and the construction's complete, they'll come before us for a new for the remodel and all that good stuff. So
Correct.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just food for thought. I know Mr. Morris indicated 6 others were approved, but I think that was within the same building. Now we're crossing 97.
They've
yards.
actually been, I went back and pulled my notes for the last 25 years.
Yeah.
Looking at this, and there's been a couple that have been within the same parking lots, which
Okay.
would be occasion to this.
I think at some point we may need to entertain a discussion as how far then do we go out, right? Because now we're going 100 yards. Next time it's going to be 200-300 maybe miles. So we may have to create some parameters. Ms. Calvin?
I have a clarifying question. So this second building is considered a pharmacy. So only a pharmacist, no one can be in the building without a pharmacist. So it's going to be the pharmacist going back and forth,
Yeah,
getting drugs, correct?
yes. That it will be an extension of our pharmacy. All procedures and policies will be the same in both buildings.
And just
And-
for the record, you confirm that always pharmacist there.
Correct.
Okay.
If someone is there, a pharmacist will be there.
Okay.
We're not a
So-
24/7 operation, so
And just for the record, guys, I made this motion just because it's a mail order, not open for public. Definitely, if it's a retail or like will be, I will give it like a different thoughts, but I'll keep my motion.
Did I have a second? Okay, I had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you very much. Best of luck to you. 15 is vacant, 16A, non-resident manufacturer permit applications, ARS Pharmaceutical Operations. Good morning.
good morning.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, my name is Oscar Resso. I'm a pharmacist and designated representative for ARS Pharmaceuticals. And I understand I'm here in regards to the FDA inspection 483s. While I cannot specifically discuss how it was mitigated, I've invited Heather Maza, who is the Senior Director of Quality Management for Renaissance Pharmaceuticals, if you have detailed questions on that.
And she's online.
She is.
Okay. I see Mr. Hyber joining us. I think he did the substantive review on this application.
Yep.
Mr. Hyber, if you could please give us a summary of the application and any potential concerns.
Good morning, board members. Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer. Yes, I did conduct the substantial review or substantive review on this particular application. It's an application for a non-resident virtual manufacturer permit. And we received it back in June. And during the review, we typically we look at not just the applicant, we look at the manufacturers that the applicant in this case used to manufacture product. And we found a couple of FDA 483 observations from 2 inspections performed within the last 5 years. And I've documented that, a little bit of a high-level synopsis of the most recent inspection was in June of 23. So it was pretty recent to the application. And then some of the other observations from an earlier FDA 43 issued back in August of 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Anything to add, Mr. Esso?
I think I understand that was done. The FDA gave them a designation of VAI, which is voluntary action. And so they didn't achieve the threshold that they needed to act. So they're in good standing with the FDA. In an email from October 5th of last year, the FDA actually closed that inspection and said it was completed. And in January of this year, Ms. Maza put out the CGMP and said they were in good standing with the FDA. So they had addressed the 4 observations from the last inspection. And I assume that those are complete. Regarding the 2019, I couldn't address that because I wasn't really on at that time, other than I know that it's closed and they've moved on from that.
Thank you, Mr. Esso. Personally, when I reviewed it, I feel comfortable with this one. I appreciate your appearing. There are no repeat violations between the two. I'm personally comfortable. Any additional thoughts or commentary?
I also noticed there weren't any repeat violations, and also this virtual manufacturer is supplying products that are very necessary in the marketplace, and one of them has been on back order for a long time, so I don't have any problems with this permit either.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this non-resident manufacturer permit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you for being here, Mr. Esso.
Appreciate your time.
Congratulations and welcome to Arizona.
Thank you.
Item 16B, non-resident permit for Pharmasol. believe this one, we had a question whether they would appear or not. Do we want to give them a chance to appear one more time later this afternoon, or do we want to go ahead and move them forward?
I have a question. What are our options? Are we able to deny the application at this? What, do they have to be present? Do we need to, what are our options?
They do not have to be present in order for you to deny the application. I would just ask that if that is the board's motion, that the grounds for the denial are specifically stated.
I guess there's no harm in letting them respond later in the meeting. But I'd be in favor of moving forward too.
I think that having them appear would be great, but the consent decree that they've signed prohibits them from manufacturing, preparing, processing, packaging, repackaging, receiving, labeling, holding, or distributing any drugs. So
I expect they're not going to appear.
Well, I'll make a motion to deny the application.
And the
For
grounds are-
failure to follow a board order and failure to meet CGMP standards.
I'm not certain that there is not a board order.
Oh, I thought there was.
Not with this board.
How about just offering a consent agreement for them to voluntarily surrender?
They
their
don't have
permit?
they don't have a permit. The new permit.
What's the M number next to Pharmasol? Is that a permit?
We issue a number after it passes a certain
Okay.
review
So
process.
would the motion potentially be motion to deny for failure to complete to provide a complete application?
Typically, if an individual or entity fails to complete an application, the application is closed. Administratively, here there appears, based upon my reading, grounds for a denial, given the regulatory history, the concurrent consent decree with the feds.
I thought it was a board order for them to provide the inspection. It wasn't an inspection report. That's what I was.
how about this? I'll make a motion to deny this resident manufacturer permit based on the Department of Justice's consent decree that prohibits them from manufacturing, dispensing, distributing drugs.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we need a roll call for a denial?
Yes, you do.
please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Tab 17 is vacant. Tab 18, 18A We Care Pharmacy.
It's noticed for tomorrow,
Oh, it's a notice for tomorrow. I didn't see that on the list here.
about 6 down.
Oh, okay. It wasn't in order. So, all right, never mind. We'll come back to you tomorrow.
Sorry, if I may, on 17, I'm a director at Redirect PBM LLC. We've been awaiting final board approval since December. So I just wanted to kindly request if we could look at that or get it on the agenda as soon as is appropriate.
That's not an appropriate time for us to discuss this.
Thank you.
Thank you. So 18 is noticed for tomorrow. So 19, 20, 21, and 22 are all vacant. So we will move to renewal applications requiring board review. 23A, Peter Felder. Is Mr. Felder present? It is my opinion that we need to hear from this individual, so we should come back to this one unless anyone feels very differently. I have got some questions for him. Any objections to coming back later in the day?
Later.
I'm sorry, Jean?
I was just clarifying whether it's later today or this meeting or a future meeting.
Is the person online just checking? I see someone talking.
He's muted. Okay. Lynn, are we able to mute him?
They would have to unmute, ma'am.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Felder. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, my name is Pete Felder. I'm registered. I'm a registered pharmacist in Arizona and Kansas.
Thank you for being here. Ms. Garcia, if you could give us a brief review of his renewal application.
Sure. Mr. Felder applied to renew his Arizona pharmacist license on October 24th, 2023, in which he disclosed a misdemeanor offense. On or about April 25th, 2021, Mr. Felder was pulled over by Wichita Police Department for a traffic violation. The officer who was talking to Mr. Felder smelled an odor of marijuana coming from his vehicle. Officers searched Mr. Felder and his vehicle and found a cut-down pen in his front right pocket that was emptied out, and inside was a white residue that was believed to be methamphetamine, a marijuana cigarette in his left cargo pocket, and a shoebox with Mr. Felder's name on it, with a hard plastic container that contained a clear plastic bag with a white colored crystal substance, which believed to be methamphetamines. The substance was tested with a NARC test kit, which tested positive for methamphetamines. Mr. Felder was arrested and booked for possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, possession of methamphetamine, and failure to signal 100 feet. On June 26, 2023, Mr. Felder entered a plea agreement in which he pleaded no contest to 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia. He was placed on probation for 12 months with terms and conditions and is currently on probation working on the terms and conditions the court ordered.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Mr. Felder, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, I would. At the time, I was currently at an extended stay hotel, and my pickup truck was broken into and literally destroyed. The items that were found in there were not mine. It was made clear in court, but I had no alternative but to plead no contest to that. And now basically I've worked for 20, I've worked in pharmacy for 20 years. I took a break and started, I've been in commercial trucking for 10 years. I've never had any drug or alcohol issues. I've never had I've been extensively tested both in pharmacy and in trucking, and I've never had a positive test. I've been on probation for 6 months now, and they've tested me several times, I believe 5 times, and I've had no positive tests. I've never had a positive test. I have no issues with drugs or alcohol, and I just like to. I basically would like for my license to be renewed and stay in active status. I'm currently not practicing. I'm actually helping. I'm nursing my mother as CML, and she almost died during this time, and I'm taking care of her. But I'd like to keep my license in good standing, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Felder. I have a couple questions. So you mentioned that your car was broken into and that's how the drugs appeared in your vehicle. Did you file a police report that your car was broken into and items were stolen?
It was actually the following day when I came out, and the inside of my pickup truck was destroyed. I was leaving to go to a storage facility to park it, to clean it out. And that's when the officer pulled me over. He said I ran a stop sign, which I did not run a stop sign, but that's what he told me. And they put me in the squad car, and he went through all my stuff. I never even, they didn't even show me what on earth they had found in there. And quite frankly, I tell you the truth, I didn't even want to see. But I basically had I didn't even have a chance to call it in. I should have, or I mean, I would have, but I went to go clean it out first. I didn't know what was in there. I knew it had been broken into, but.
So you knew your car had been broken into, but you didn't file a police report.
No, when I came out, I was leaving the hotel to go to a storage facility to basically assess what had been stolen, to assess the damage of the truck.
Okay. How can you explain the let me read it here. During the search of your person, the officer found in your right pocket a small pin or straw that was a cut down pin and that was emptied out with a white residue that was believed to be methamphetamine.
I don't know where he came up with that. I really don't. He said that he found a white like a pin or something. And
was it on your body?
No, it was not. And there was and he said there was like a cigarette with marijuana in it or something.
But you pled no contest to the charges that you have these items on your physical presence.
I pled no contest because they said it was in my vehicle.
So there's the charge about your vehicle, but then these were also found on your physical body that you pled no contest to as well. Is that correct, Ms. Galvin? That was included in the charges?
That's correct.
Have you had any other charges that have involved substances?
No, I've never, like I said, I've never had any charges on any kind of drug or alcohol. And those items were not on my but I had, the stuff was in my vehicle. So I really had no choice. I mean, they didn't give me a choice. They didn't give me a choice to basically, I suppose I could have fought it, but my attorney said, it's in your vehicle and there's not really, I mean, it's hard to say it wasn't yours, but my truck had been broken into and it was literally destroyed. And I asked them to give me a drug test. They didn't. I don't know why they didn't, but now they are.
Mr. Felder, what's your connection to Arizona? Why do you want to continue to have a license in Arizona? And what is the status of your license in your home state?
The status is in both Arizona and in Kansas I've never had any they're both in good standing, and I've not had any disciplinary actions. And I currently own my home in Arizona, and I lease it out to a company that takes care of developmentally disabled children. And I want to move back. I'm actually interested. I'm more interested in going into industry. But I might still go into practice. I might possibly do part-time here in Kansas too. I don't know. It very much depends what goes down with this. They had me go to a drug information thing. I'm currently doing everything with the probation. They've drug tested me, like I said, I believe 5 times. They've drug tested me on my visits, and they've also called me in to be drug tested. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That the stuff that they found was not mine. and I would just like to keep my and I'm not practicing now. I'm caring for my mother. So it may be a while before I return to Arizona. But I would like to maintain my license here and there, but in good standing. I have not had any. I've never had any issues with drugs or alcohol.
Thank you, Mr. Felder. I think
okay.
that's probably
Okay.
enough for now,
I'm-
unless we've got additional questions.
Well,
I'm
I just
getting
wanted to
repetitive.
follow up on Mr. Anderson's question. So have you gone before the board in Kansas? Have they spoken to you regarding these charges at any point?
No, they have not, because I had renewed my. It happened right after I renewed my license with Kansas, and when I was renewing with I wish that I could renew them at the same time, but they're stair-stepped or they're alternated. So I had already
So
renewed.
just to summarize, they're not aware of the issue.
No, I've not made them aware of it yet.
Okay, thank you.
So just I have a question. Which state is his home state?
Kansas is my
So-
home state.
Okay. So I can make motion now, like, if we can reach out to Kansas, report that since it's.
I
If I were,
an
if I may,
alternative thought. Mr. Felder, we're discussing right now.
Yeah.
oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry.
My thought here is an evaluation for substance use and fitness for duty, just to ensure that we can protect the citizens of Arizona. I don't know that we should table this matter. I think we need to ensure, because he could come and work in the state today. I would feel more comfortable in improving it if we have a fitness for fitness for duty and a substance use evaluation. And at that point, we can decide that, and we can decide if we want to refer it. But that's where my head is in order for that.
Could I respond?
Yeah.
Could I say something?
No, we're in discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Can we do that like kind of temporary, like pending we approve the renewal under the what you suggest, and reach out to Kansas, and then if they take action against his license, so we can.
His license should be extended, right?
His license will remain active
Okay.
until you make a final decision on the application. So this order seeking a fitness for duty and substance use evaluation is an interim order and will not impact the fact that his license remains active until you make a decision on the application.
Okay, thank you.
renewal.
I'm fine with that.
With regards to Kansas, I don't know if it's appropriate for us to do any type of referral, or perhaps we wait and see what the situation is first, right?
You could do either. You could let them know of the criminal charges and the conviction, or you can wait until you've made a final determination.
I think we should notify.
What is the requirements in Kansas? Is there a mandatory reporting date like here?
That I don't know.
I would like to be assured that there's no violation of Kansas law, if not for not reporting.
And that's something that if a referral is made, Kansas will make that determination.
So I'll put this together hopefully in a motion for make a motion for a substance use evaluation and fitness for duty component as well.
I've already had one of those done for, that was a
It
requirement
would be
of.
someone that our board approved
Yeah, Mr.
and has vetted.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Felder, I appreciate that, but our duty is to protect the citizens of Arizona, and we have a process for which we ensure that
Okay.
the right individuals have that. So I appreciate your comments, but we're in discussion right now.
And to notify Kansas of the charges of their pharmacist.
If you could restate your motion one time since you got caught off there.
Sure. I make a motion for a substance use evaluation with a fitness to duty component, as well as notifying Kansas that of the charges for Mr. Felder.
And this is an interim order, is that correct?
Yes.
And can we ask Kansas to make sure that there hasn't been any violations of reporting?
They will do that when they're notified. And if not signed, proceed to hearing.
There's nothing to sign. It's a
Okay.
straight order.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, the license is currently open and he's allowed to practice. Is there a time period where he needs to complete this by or
Is 90
deny?
days appropriate?
Typically, we require notification to the staff once the order goes out within 10 days of who he is going to select to conduct the evaluation, 30 days within which to have the evaluation conducted, and then 30 days after the evaluation to have the report submitted to the board. So the terms are built in an effort to try to keep this moving.
In an event he doesn't follow those terms, is there a backup plan as to not to approve the application or the
You
renewal
want
application?
to finish this motion, and that would need a roll call vote, and then make a second motion that if he fails to comply with the timelines or fails to comply with this interim order, that it would automatically, a notice of denial would be issued. For
Yeah,
the,
I'll amend my.
Mr.
motion.
Felder,
yes.
prior to taking a vote, I would, at least for the record, allow him to comment. And I
Yes.
would recommend, Ms. Snare, that this be done in two motions. Mr. Felder, you'll have a minute, if I may, Madam Chairman, after we at least get the first motion on the floor.
Okay, I don't understand how you want it separated. I make a motion for a substance use evaluation and a fitness.
There's already a motion and a second for the interim order, for the substance use evaluation with the fitness for duty component, and to notify the state of Kansas. That's already been moved and seconded.
So prior to a vote, you may wish to hear from Mr. Felder, just so we get
And
an
I'll adopt
opportunity
the
to
time frame
speak.
unless that's just implied.
It is part of the standard order.
Okay.
are you good with the second still, Mr. Thorwald?
I am.
Mr. Felder, if there's anything new you'd like to add briefly.
Yeah, I would have, I'm not currently practicing in Kansas or in Arizona. I would have notified Kansas if I would have been practicing, but I assumed I would just, if I'd be on my next renewal or when I started to practice again, I would let them know about that.
Thank you.
To tell you the truth, if I just go ahead and just why don't you just put me down for non-renewal and refund my money for the renewal, send it back, and I'll just relinquish. I just won't just don't renew me, and I won't renew in Kansas either.
Can we accept a surrender of his license?
You can deny the renewal.
It's because you just
Mr.
make it
Mr. Felder, we
non-renewal.
we need to get some advice here. Hang on just a second. Thank you for the comments.
Okay.
He could consent to the denial of his application for grounds, given the charges and the convictions. He could consent to that. That is disciplinary, and that would be noted and reported to the practitioner's data bank.
And then
Yes.
offer a consent agreement to voluntarily surrender.
Because there is a pending application for renewal, that's the vehicle that we have to address. And a consent agreement for a denial with the stated grounds is reportable discipline.
So, Mr. Felder, did you understand what Ms. Galvin just said?
So my choices are to either to have it reported as to go through with an additional the test evaluation, go through with the additional evaluation, which I'm sure it would pass and all that, or that I would be reported as surrendering my license.
No, it would be a denial of your renewal.
but then it would be reported that it was denied for what reasons.
Correct. And if
Okay.
you go the direction of the evaluation, it will come back before us to decide what is the appropriate action for us to take. We might decide to approve your renewal without any issues. We might decide to do a number of other things that still could potentially result in denial. All of those options would be at our discretion. But as far as my understanding here, those are the two options that are on the table today, Ms. Galvin, correct?
Correct.
Well, let's go ahead and go with the evaluation then. As that sounds fine to me. I'm already doing it. I've had an evaluation done already.
Thank you. We still have to vote. That was just a motion. So
Okay.
everybody's still good with that as motion in a second. Dr. Gandhi, if you can do a roll call, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Was there another motion that we needed, Ms. Galvin?
If you would like to consider an alternative motion or a motion in addition, if Mr. Felder fails to comply with this order, then the application is denied. If he fails to timely comply with the order, the application is denied.
If it's denied, we would still be reporting it to Kansas.
That,
An order of denial will go out. He can have an opportunity to request a hearing on that. But at that point, the action would have been taken. Once final, it is reportable.
I'll make that my motion.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. So Kansas still have, they can look at this through NAPP, right? So they have access to this action?
So the staff is going to report it
Okay, wait.
based on the last motion, they will provide a notification of these charges. And Kansas can decide to do whatever
Okay,
whatever they want with it.
Great.
I'll make a motion that if Mr. Felder doesn't comply with the timeline that's set forward, that we would deny his application according to the grounds that have been presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. I think that requires a roll call as well.
Yes, it does, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Felder, for being present. The staff will be in contact with you in several days after the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We want to take another item, or do we want to do a bio break? Okay. Let's do 10 minutes since we've got a pretty hefty agenda. All right, welcome back, everybody. Tariq, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. All right, Dr. Gandhi, can you take a roll call?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald.
Here.
Ms. Nair.
Here.
Ms. Davis.
Present.
Ms. Walmsley.
Present.
Ms. Lahan.
Present.
Mr. Dang. Mr. Al Nassif.
Present.
And Mr. Anderson.
Here.
All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 23B, non-resident manufacturer permit renewal application. I cannot talk. Blistex Inc. Do we have somebody present from Blistex?
Yes, I'm over here.
Hi there. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Tommaso Sardone. I'm an officer for Blistex Inc. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Quality.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Ms. Bolts, if you could please give us a brief summary here.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Blistex Inc. applied to renew their non-resident manufacturer permit on October 22nd, 2023. Their permit expired on October 31st, 2022. On their renewal application, they disclosed a 2022 disciplinary order from the state of Kansas regarding unpermitted shipping. When asked whether Blistex had shipped products into Arizona since November 1st, 2022, they confirmed that they had been shipping into Arizona without a valid permit. A total of 60,172 items have been shipped into Arizona since Blistex's permit expired in 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Anything to add from your side?
The only thing I have to add, it was due to an oversight of one of our former employees that the license had not been renewed as soon as we were made aware of the situation internally. So there was no outside, intervention. As soon as, like I said, with our internal control, we realized that this was happening. We right away contacted the state agencies and filed for renewal application.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions or thoughts on a motion?
I believe we have kind of standard if we allow our board staff to work with them, right, in non-disciplinary.
For this one, based on the volume, I'm leaning towards a disciplinary just because it gives us a little bit more wiggle room, I guess, from a dollar amount. Otherwise, this is going to be a very, very large sum of money. But I think Dr. Gandhi I would be comfortable with Dr. Gandhi negotiating that.
So I agree with that. So it is disciplinary and allow our board staff with Dr. Gandhi to negotiate the agreement with them.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
I'm just curious, all these wholesalers that are licensed in Arizona that are buying these products from unpermitted manufacturers, should we be opening complaints on these wholesalers? Because they're the gatekeepers to allowing Blistex to continue to ship into Arizona.
I agree with you. I mean, I always ask the same question. I mean, they allow them to ship to Arizona.
Dr. Gandhi, I see that your mic is on. I think
It
you
is,
probably
madam.
have a perspective. I think that there's probably a whole lot of permit holders that would.
There would be, but Blistex also sells non-prescription products over the counter. We deregulated retailers several years ago, so that's out of our authority to go after those individuals.
But like the big three, I mean, I saw on the list, McKesson, Cardinal, et cetera. I mean, we're relying on our wholesalers to do their due diligence.
That is true. That is true.
And I'm just concerned that our wholesalers aren't ensuring that manufacturers are permitted, and this is where we're at.
I concur with you.
Do you want to open a complaint with them, or I don't know what we can do
I
at this
think
point?
staff has direction. I don't know that we need a motion for that. Ms. Galvin, do we?
If the board has a preference to ensure the complaint is open, you can direct staff to do so. You can first take action.
Yeah,
on-
let's take the first one. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call since there might be discipline here.
Certainly. Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
And Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Madam Chair, in the discussion with Blistex, I can definitely entertain who the wholesalers were that were receiving these items that are located in Arizona, and we'll expand from that initial discussion.
I think Ms. Bolts has it in the board book.
We'll take a look at it.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make an additional comment.
Yes.
I have that same kind of concern about other things that we've done in the past and that we will in the future with respect to companies that are selling like this into Arizona without a license and wholesalers distributing the products. I just wanted to make that a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald. Board members, are we comfortable with Dr. Gandhi taking it, or do we want a motion?
I think that I'm comfortable with Dr. Gandhi taking it. Only because I don't think it would be fair to just pick the three main wholesalers and not the myriad of dozens and dozens and dozens of other purchasers of Blistex that from a non-permitted company.
Maybe also by sending like a letter to all wholesaler in Arizona, just to keep eye on this, and that the board might take action against their permit if they're involved or engaged with a shipment to our state without a permit or license.
Sounds like the start of a new agenda item. Maybe we can come back to that later in the day.
But I'm for sure I'm comfortable with Dr. Gandhi too.
I also can concur with your thoughts on that as well.
Okay.
So good.
All right. Thank you so much for being here. The staff will be in contact with you.
Thank you.
23C, CR Bard Inc., full service wholesaler.
Hi,
Hi, good morning. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Damian Quesada, Quality Manager and Designated Representative.
Yeah, and I'm Andrew Stellan. I'm the Designated Rep Supervisor.
Thank you both. Ms. Bolts, if you could give us a brief summary.
CR Bard Inc. applied to renew their non-resident wholesaler permit on October 12th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary action taken against their Alaskan wholesaler permit for submitting notification of a designated representative change 112 days after the change occurred. The two most recent designated representative changes submitted to this board have not met the requirements set forth in Arizona Administrative Code R423-607 or Arizona Revised Statute 32-1982. CR Bard changed their designated representative on May 3rd, 2023, and did not provide a copy of the new representative's fingerprint clearance card until November 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Does someone from CR Bard like to make a comment?
I can comment on the Alaska case. Because Damien wasn't here at that point. Basically what we had was, it was during the pandemic. It actually happened in 2020. We sent a notification of the change, an email notification. We were required to submit some other forms. It took a while to get the fingerprint cards and everything. There's some additional delays during the holidays, getting the check cut, and so it ended up, even though we notified them within the initial 30 days for the via email, the fingerprint cards and all the other official forms didn't get submitted till later. And we ended up getting fined $500 as a administrative violation.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
I believe we have our standard, right, for this, not reporting PIC or discriminated. Like there is a fine in our state, right? Not reporting.
So, not updating your profile within
Yeah.
10 days is $50.
Okay.
There's nothing on our grid that talks about not providing fingerprint clearance in a timely manner, but I was thinking maybe $50 for each month. So that would be $250.
Is there anything on the grid for change designated representative?
Yeah, there is.
I think that's 250.
Yeah, so,
In addition,
so I was thinking two times the 250 because they didn't change it twice.
I believe it was $100. Am I correct?
It's $100
Okay.
For designated rep.
notifying of a new designated rep within 10 days.
so 100 times 2, in addition to other fines,
Mhm.
right? And it's non-disciplinary. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we could do that.
Okay, I'll put that together and see what you guys think. Okay, I make a motion for $100 fine times 2 for not updating designated representative. A $250 fine, which was $50 per month for failure to provide fingerprints clearance in a timely manner. Failure to update your profile within 10 days, a $50 fine.
Would that be disciplinary or non-disciplinary?
Non-disciplinary.
The motion is non-disciplinary.
Okay.
It's a good motion, yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you both for being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Staff will be in
Goodbye.
contact with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 23D, College Pharmacy. Good morning, Mr. Rain. Welcome. And we have a new guest that I don't know their name. If you could please both introduce yourself for the record. Thank you.
Hi, this is Michael Rain with the firm Bozen and Snow on behalf of College Pharmacy and
Randall Nice, also with Bozen and Snow.
Welcome, gentlemen. I'll let Ms. Volz start off by giving a little bit of a summary and then we'll jump over to you if that's okay.
yes, we do have College Pharmacy representatives appearing virtually.
Okay,
So-
perfect. If they could introduce themselves. Thank you for telling me.
Hi, I'm Jerry Gillick. I'm the CEO and pharmacy manager of College Pharmacy.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Pantikas. I'm National Counsel for College.
Thank you. Ms. Galvin, do we need to address the council piece or is that okay?
You do not. They're represented by in-state counsel.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. Ms. Bolts, go ahead.
College Pharmacy applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on October 10th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary action taken against their facility in November 2021 by the Pennsylvania Board of Pharmacy and in March of 2023 by the Idaho Board of Pharmacy. College Pharmacy also disclosed the denial of their California sterile compounding permit renewal application in August of 2022. California alleges that between July 1st, 2021 and July 1st, 2022, College Pharmacy compounded and shipped drugs to California which lacked quality and were adulterated. These were repeat violations found during the board's 2020 and 2021 on-site annual renewal inspections. California also alleges that College Pharmacy obtained and compounded with bulk drug substances that were not manufactured by the FDA, by an FDA registered establishment. This too was a repeat violation of pharmacy law found during the 2020 and 2021 inspections.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Mr. Rain, do you want to address the board?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. To be clear, the California matter, there were no findings of any adulterated substances or any compounds that were lacking in quality. As this board may be aware, California has been aggressively enforcing a new unwritten regulation that prohibits compounding with any substances that do not have a USP/F drug monograph. Numerous pharmacies have challenged this. They've gone to the ALJs and received favorable rulings in court that California is enforcing and what they call in California an underground regulation. And they've won. And those decisions have now gone back to the California board, which has rejected them and said, no, we're going to go ahead and interpret the law as we see fit. And so in short, the same situation was at issue for College Pharmacy, and the writing was on the wall. that they were going to have no path to succeed before the California board because their case had already come up 2 or 3 times before, even with counsel, Ms. Ponticus. And so ultimately they decided to end sterile compounding activity in California. So they have executed a final agreement. Ms. Ponticus was their counsel. She's here really as a fact witness. She can describe for you all of those issues in California in great detail in terms of both the facts and the procedural issues. And so we would also take a little bit of issue with the idea that these were repeat violations. In fact, I think when you look at the 2020 California matter, some of the same ingredients, the methylcobalamin, were at issue there. California didn't take any issue as a per se adulterated drug merely for using that product. It was a different sort of inspection finding. I mean, sure, it was an inspection of an adulterated drug or one lacking in quality, but not for the same reason. These new reasons are the same that have been applied newly over the last couple years as a kind of a per se, if you use these ingredients, it's per se adulterated. I do want to note that in our, we addressed the recent California issues, not really the Pennsylvania or the Idaho discipline, because, you know, it was the bigger issue. And I realized we didn't address what happened in Pennsylvania and Idaho. So just to touch on that briefly, Idaho was essentially an administrative issue, an untimely PIC notification, PIC change notification. Mr. Gillick may be able to illuminate on that, but it was a minor, more administrative type issue. And then Pennsylvania was reciprocal to that earlier California discipline. The California discipline occurred, I think, before their last renewal. Then the Pennsylvania took a while and they imposed purely reciprocal discipline on California's earlier order. So just because we didn't address those 2 additional disciplinary actions, I wanted to give you a little bit of information on that. But with that, you know, we do stress in our briefing that, you know, Arizona doesn't have the same rules about what ingredients pharmacists can compound with that California does. I mean, in fact, California doesn't even have this rule either. That's the point. That they have this unwritten rule they're enforcing. But in Arizona, we instead put this up to a pharmacist's discretion. And as we noted in our materials, the quality of the ingredients that College Pharmacy compounded with was effectively unassailable. They had their certificates of analysis. There were no, you know, suppliers that were not FDA registered. I'm not sure where that comment comes from, but that was not the concern. The concern was what ingredients are you using, not where did you get them. So, you know, they engaged in all the normal due diligence to make sure their ingredients were pure. They had all that documentation. There was never a finding that any compound they made was impure. Of course, they do all the necessary sterility testing. There was some issues in California about that, and you know, Mr. Gillick can talk about that, but this was not a situation where you had a product tested that was determined to be unsterile. It was just presumed unsterile because it happened to not be a USP/NF drug monograph. So with that, you know, we can leave it up to you for questions, and I may defer to Ms. Ponticus or Mr. Gillick at times.
Thank you, Mr. Rain. Appreciate that. Board members, questions or comments?
I have a question. While you're doing this overall summary, can you talk about Colorado and the human growth hormone human growth hormone?
Sure. No, we haven't addressed that because it wasn't something that was identified for us as a basis for being here or for considering the renewal. And so candidly, I will defer a little bit to Mr. Gillick, but it is my basic understanding that those events occurred around the time that Mr. Gillick took over this company, and that it was his effort really to remediate any issues that had to do with that and move the pharmacy forward. So, I mean, I'm not personally familiar with the details. What I do know is that's not the reason we're here today.
Also, I noticed on the Oregon, if you're looking at the NABP repository, there's an Oregon notation that refers to Arizona. And I'm just curious if you could speak to what that is.
And again, I'll just defer. Maybe Mr. Gillick can give you a little more insight. I reviewed the same NABP issues. It's my understanding that there was some big issues that happened back then. I believe we're talking more early 2000s that ultimately resulted in a lot of reciprocal discipline.
Yeah, you're right.
So I will defer.
It just says that they applied for a non-resident permit in Arizona.
And if I'm not
So-
mistaken, I think Arizona may have also issued reciprocal discipline based on these same factors that I think are the ones you're bringing up.
And it's quite old. You're right. Thank you.
I had a question about some of the API.
Any
use.
questions for me?
Not yet.
Not quite yet. So I understand California has been aggressively pursuing discipline for pharmacies using things that appear on list 1 of the 503A bulks list. And I'm familiar with most of those, including methylcobalamin and NAD. I'm not familiar with what pyridoxine HCl MVA is. Can you talk about that product?
Jerry, you can go ahead and answer that if you have an answer.
Yes, we're not doing that now, but we were compounding an injectable with pyridoxine hydrochloride injectable using the MVA as a diluent.
Can you explain what MVA is?
Well, it's a nutritional product, and we purchased it in bulk, and it was specifically for sterile compounding, and we used it to compound pyridoxine strictly as a diluent. It's available over the counter as another product called Poly MVA. We didn't use that product. We purchased from the manufacturer in bulk. It was called, I believe it was called MVA solution. And that was, we stopped doing that over a year ago.
So
let me just-
using the MVA as an excipient?
Yes, it was an excipient. Right, it wasn't an active, it was an excipient. And we did we shipped it to California. We did a full formal stability study, which was completed. California required, for all injectables, required stability studies for all their injectables, for the MVA, for pyridoxine, for NAD, for methylcobalamin, for hydroxycobalamin. So we completed all of that.
And let me just
California-
add, sorry, Jerry, let me just add to this briefly that we did, in preparation for the California matter, although we settled it, have an expert do an analysis. And she agreed with the position that we took, which was this was an excipient.
It looks to me like it's minerals, vitamins, and amino acids.
It's kind of a semantics, but if it's an excipient, it's acceptable.
Yes, it was minerals and vitamins, yes.
Is the California board still reviewing a response, or is what's the status of the California license?
The current status is that they're not reviewing anything. The order was entered and the probation is now effective. So I think what we provided to the board, what our local council provided, was a proposed maybe, or something that hadn't been fully executed, but now it has been fully executed. But what we provided is what was executed. It was agreed upon. We just had to wait for the board meeting.
If I may, I reached out to California and they provided me with the most recent allegations that they have against College Pharmacy. I'll have to see what page it's located on. I've been looking for it. It was provided, it's not available on the California website. The link on their website doesn't go anywhere, so I had to request it. The individual from the California board said, this is the most recent allegation that we have.
So let me just clarify that. The most recent allegation was they amended their allegations during our settlement discussions. And they amended them because we had been successful in another matter, which was alluded to earlier, about California's inability to enforce the Food, Drug, Cosmetic Act and this whole underground regulation discussion. And therefore, if we're going to settle the matter, which we did, we told California we needed them to take out, right, the allegations, which they could not legally, which they had a court had already determined another matter they didn't have a legal basis for. So that amendment actually took out allegations, and then that became the basis of the probation. So that was part of the settlement. It wasn't a new set of allegations or anything like that.
The home state permit is in Colorado, correct?
Yes,
What's the current status of the Colorado license?
Jerry can, or Rachel, if you have that.
It's fully active. We don't have any discipline. We're not on probation.
When was the last time they inspected you? Do you know?
Last March. We're
Last
due
March?
for another inspection. Yeah.
Okay.
Last March.
For the California matter, are you currently able to ship sterile products into California?
We decided that I decided that with all the issues in California, I didn't want to continue shipping sterile. So we are shipping non-sterile only to California.
But let me clarify that is probation on the sterile license was 100% on the table in the settlement discussions, and it was a business decision on the part of college to discontinue.
So just to clarify as well, that they've surrendered their non-sterile permit as part of the final executed agreement. And as well for board staff, we did receive that fully executed agreement. We will provide that to board staff, but just to make sure it's clear, it is the exact same document that we submitted in the not fully executed version. There were no subsequent changes, but we do have the fully executed copy for you.
So the intent is still to ship sterile and non-sterile into Arizona if this is renewed?
Yes.
Yes.
My personal feeling on this is California is kind of a little bit of an anomaly with their enforcement around this type of compounding, given the fact that they do not have discipline in their home state, have had a fairly recent inspection, which obviously did not result in any type of discipline. And the Idaho discipline was administrative in nature. I'm comfortable with this personally, but I'm open to thoughts from the rest of the board members.
I agree.
I guess out of curiosity, what percent of the products shipped into Arizona are sterile versus non-sterile?
Offhand, I don't know. We do both, so I'd have to check.
In general, for your business, what is percent sterile versus non-sterile?
Maybe about 50-50.
I guess my concern is that it's not safe for residents of California to get these products, and that is the California's position. And we're going to allow sterile products from this firm coming into our state. That's where I'm struggling a little bit.
California has that position for almost every sterile compounding pharmacy that is compounding with items that are expressly allowed by the FDA at this moment. And there's been at least 3-4 cases that have gone to administrative law judge in California, where the administrative law judge has ruled on the side of the pharmacies. So it's my opinion that they're operating within FDA and USP guidelines.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve this application for college pharmacy.
I second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you for your time today. Appreciate you being here and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2023 Triad RX. Oh, you're back.
I'm back. I'm so quick.
Wow, that was miraculous. Okay.
again.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Michael Rain with Boson and Snow on behalf of Triad RX. And again, Randy Nice, also with our firm.
And I believe we have a representative, at least one from Triad on the line. They want to introduce themselves.
Yes, my name is Rob Roberts. I'm the pharmacist in charge of Triad since its beginning in 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. Bolts, if you want to go ahead and with a summary, please.
Triad RX Inc. applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on October 6, 2023. The permit holder disclosed formal disciplinary action taken in Alabama in July 2022. Investigation into the cause for disciplinary action in Alabama revealed inspection citations for the facility in 2017, which led to an FDA warning letter in 2019. The facility also received an FDA Form 483 in December.
Whomever is speaking on the Zoom, if you could please mute.
The facility also received an FDA Form 483 in December 2022. The FDA issued a state referral letter to the Alabama Board of Pharmacy on May 3rd, 2023. Triad RX Inc. has not been inspected by their home state of Alabama since 2021. Board staff requested further information from the Alabama Director of Compliance and has yet to receive a response.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Mr. Rain, Mr. Nice, if you'd like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. So just to give a brief overview of the timeline, this in 43 stems from July of 2017 when the FDA inspected the facility. Shortly thereafter, after Triad received the 483, they took the necessary steps to correct all deficiencies and immediate and long-term remedial measures. In July 2021, for business reasons, Triad made the decision to stop sterile compounding. And I should note the 483 stems from its Triad sterile compounding operations. So Triad ceased their sterile compounding operations in 2021. In May 2022, the FDA finally referred the matter to the Alabama Board of Pharmacy, who filed a complaint against Triad. Triad was offered essentially a consent decree for a $250 fine, which Triad made the business decision to accept, and that was in July of 2022. They paid the fine. 483s are vehicles for the FDA to convey concerns or inspection observations to pharmacy. They're not final findings of discipline or noncompliance, but nonetheless, I think it's safe to say this is really the Alabama action was reciprocal to the 483. And so we would, it doesn't really seem fair to essentially this board were to take any further action based upon that. It would be reciprocal discipline for reciprocal discipline, which I think is fundamentally unfair. Regarding the December 2022, I believe 483, that was just the FDA made one observation and Triad took immediate action to remedy the observations. And again, a 483 is not a finding of discipline. So for those reasons, we would ask that this board renew Triad's license without any further action. And if there are any questions, myself or Triad, we're ready to answer.
Thank you very much. Board members, questions or discussion?
Triad ceased sterile compounding in 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And the 483 from 2022, they received a closeout letter for in 2023, correct? That wasn't a closeout from the original 483. It was a closeout from the December 2022 483.
Yes, I believe so. Unless Triad wants to correct me on that.
And as far as I know that it's a closeout for everything, because I think that 2022 inspection was basically a closeout inspection. She came in and noticed a couple of things with the hazard procedures, and we corrected them. And immediately we received, I guess a few months later, we received the closeout letter. And I would like to note that we have been inspected since then by our state board. They inspected 12/28 of 23.
Were there any findings on that inspection?
No.
I would say, taking into consideration everything we've been told today, I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here. Best of luck on this.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. 23F Wells Pharmacy Network.
I'm recused.
Thank you. Do we have someone present from Wells?
Yes. Hi, good morning.
If you could please
Morning.
introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Sarah Thron. I'm the Senior Director of Regulatory Affairs.
Melissa Stefko, Senior Vice President of Regulatory.
Thank you very much for being present today. Ms. Bolt, if you could give us a summary, please.
Wells Pharmacy Network LLC applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on September 8th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary actions taken against their facility in 2023 by Colorado, Hawaii, and Missouri. The permit holder failed to disclose disciplinary action taken in Pennsylvania in 2022 and Illinois in 2023 on their renewal. Wells Pharmacy Network also received discipline in Louisiana in November of 2023, 2 months after they submitted their Arizona renewal. Upon request, Wells Pharmacy Network provided a detailed list of items shipped into Arizona that were essential copies of FDA-approved commercially available progesterone 100 milligrams and 200 milligram capsules. A total of 2,725 capsules of progesterone were shipped into Arizona between April 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Would someone from Wells like to make a comment before we proceed with questions?
Yes, so Wells was disciplined by Missouri. They alleged that we were shipping the commercially available products for our progesterone 100 mg and 200 mg products without the document patient need within the prescription record. As of April 14th, we have discontinued compounding progesterone 100 mg and 200 mg. We've also put in a last office visit requirement. So for every order we've received, not only within the state of Missouri, but we've rolled it out nationwide now. Any doctor who's shipping to a prescriber or to a patient in another state, we're required to get their last seen office visit as well, so we can verify that valid prescriber practitioner relationship. Excuse me.
So just to clarify, you've ceased compounding of progesterone 100 and 200 milligram capsules for all, it's shipping that into all states?
Correct.
Why was that being compounded and shipped when it's commercially available?
They were in a different excipient. So for patients with allergies to the commercial.
So question, so was the issue the fact that you were using the different oil, or is it that the patient wasn't documented to need that?
It was the patient not being documented to need the alternative excipient, which has been resolved for everything else that that we make that would be considered commercially available.
Have you come before the Arizona board before?
I believe in 2014.
Okay, so it's been some time.
Yeah.
If I may, the action in Missouri occurred January 18th, 2023. They continued to ship these products into Arizona until June 2023.
Why did you fail to disclose on your renewal application?
For Pennsylvania and Illinois, I have checked our records and it looks like we did fax the original notification of Pennsylvania to the Arizona board back in 2022. And I would like to note regarding the Illinois matter, the license in question for Wells in Ocala, they were not disciplined by the Illinois Board of Pharmacy last year. And in addition, the Hawaii, the Colorado, and the Louisiana disciplinary actions were reciprocal based on the Missouri item from last January.
NABP clearinghouse profile summary states that Illinois issued discipline on June 23rd, 2023. Respondents licensed pharmacy license reprimanded and fined $8,000 due to an adverse final action taken by the U.S. DEA based on respondents' improper record keeping.
Yes, ma'am. There was a clerical error with the Illinois Board of Pharmacy. They have since corrected it, and I'd be more than happy to share the updated consent order with you that shows the correct licensure.
When did that occur? It looks like the data bank poll was on 12/27, if I'm correct, Ms. Bolts.
That's
That
correct.
was a few months ago, so I will follow up with them, but that has been corrected on the Illinois side, so I'll follow up with NABP.
Just to clarify, this is a separate facility. It's a 503B facility.
I still, the items that were shipped into Arizona, I believe we should follow what we've done in the past and have board staff work with them to come up with them.
It looks like there's 49 line items or 49 occurrences of shipments.
Well, they had a permit. The question is the conduct within the permit, potentially. And we don't have an open, do we have an open complaint? We don't have an open complaint. Can we address that even? Really, what's before us today is the application renewal.
Don't know if we can ask board staff to open a complaint for that, or we just can make motion on both.
Gene Seth, I think historically we have worked out something in the discussion of an application for activity, shipping without a permit, whatever it is. Have we not?
Where you would,
Impose something and then approve the renewal application if
upon entering a consent agreement.
something of
yes.
that nature, yes.
That would be an option.
So they shipped 49 items into Arizona, correct? Is that without a permit?
49 line items.
Okay.
No. And they did have a permit. They had a permit. This is a renewal.
If you're going by the information from Missouri, it's just that it maybe improper record keeping or not having documentation that those patients needed that.
So I can make motion my motion is to approve their renewal application.
I'll second.
Wasn't there a failure to disclose or
Right.
to,
For
yeah,
PA and Illinois.
Yeah.
For Pennsylvania and Illinois.
But if we can make it like different motion, right? Or we can include both. I mean, that now the request is to approve the renewal.
If
And then
you,
we can,
if you want to address the failure to disclose previous discipline, that should be embedded in your motion to approve the application. You may wish, for instance, to offer a consent agreement for X number of dollars for failure to disclose. Upon signing that, then the application would be approved and the renewal would be granted.
so approve upon payment.
Correct.
In other words, once something has been negotiated then we look at the approval or they can grant the approval.
Yeah, I misspoke, I think, when I said that we were going to negotiate something. If we were to impose a non-disciplinary fine, we could have it approve upon payment of that fine.
That's an option, yes.
So can I modify my motion to work with the staff, board staff pay fine for non-disclosure and other 49 lines that ship to our state, Arizona, upon renewal?
I have a alternative thought. $250 non-disciplinary fines for failure to disclose. I'm potentially willing to take out Pennsylvania if they can provide proof that that was tied to the other license, but based on the information I have here today, I feel like we need to include it. If they can provide proof that it was tagged to the wrong license, then that's fine. We could do the 250, but 250 for both non-disclosures, and then a letter of concern for record keeping for not having the appropriate documentation for the compounding of essential copies.
So 250 times 2, right? Like for 2.
Yeah, and
would be
then
total
a
500.
non-discipline and a advisory letter, letter of concern for record keeping.
Okay.
And then approved upon payment.
And approve upon payment.
What about the shipping?
They had a license.
Yeah, that's the part I misspoke on.
Okay, I got you.
I'll second.
So I modified my motion and she second, yeah.
Are you guys okay with looking at the two, and if they're able to provide proof that it was removed from the data bank to go down to 250?
Yeah. I agree
Okay.
with that.
So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for your time and attendance today. The staff will be in contact.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. 23G, BET Pharmacy.
Yes,
Hi,
hello, I'm here. I'm Micah Cheek.
I'm sorry, can you please restate your name?
Sure, it's Micah Cheek. I'm the PIC of BET Farm.
Thank you. Ms. Bolts, if you could provide us a summary, please.
BET Farm LLC applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on October 4th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed various disciplinary actions taken against their facility by Alaska, Arizona, California, Illinois, and Minnesota. Disciplines in these states were caused by failure to disclose former disciplines, including multiple disciplines incurred by the current PIC, reciprocal disciplinary action, and license revocation and probation for misbranded drugs, failure to provide documentation to support extension of beyond use date for sterile drug preparation, and compounding commercially available drugs.
Mr. Cheek, would you like to make a comment?
Oh, sure. So all disciplinary actions from other states were reported within the timely manner that they're required to be so. As far as the California action, which judging from the communications from Arizona seemed to be the focus of why the appearance was requested, there were 3 items that they took issue with. One of which was we were utilizing a term bio-release and LA, abbreviation for long acting, in some of our compounded formulation names. The bio-release was a term that comes from a sister company of BET Pharmacy, BioRelease Technologies, who came up with a combination of excipients that we use when we compound a number of our formulations. The LA was for long acting, as I previously stated. We have many journal articles and studies that have been done with those formulations that document that they were indeed long acting, and that was not an unwarranted claim. However, California's position on that is that those label claims are only permissible if the FDA has made an approval of those claims. While a compounded medication is not reviewed by the FDA like a manufactured product, so we found that to be a caveat that was impossible to fulfill. However, we accepted their perspective of that and then immediately removed those terms from our compounded formulation names, following them demonstrating that as their perspective. The second item that they took issue with was beyond use dating. California's rules and regulations have two sections for that dating. They have one section that refers to the dating they would like to be used when a pharmacy does not get sterility results from their compounded formulations, which of course are very short dating, 12 to 24 hour in most cases. And then another section where they discuss dating, and they largely refer to USP 797 as your guideline in that section, and state that if you want to extend your beyond use date beyond what USP 797 allows, then one must have container closure integrity, stability study, and one other caveat that, if you'll forgive me, escapes me at the moment. So although our dates were not extensions beyond what is permissible, or at least was permissible in USP 797 at the time of those findings, California's take on that was that they were extensions from their dates that are given to be applied to sterile products for which one did not obtain sterility results for. So we again disagreed with their perspective on that, expressed that disagreement, but made the change to only ship items into California, sterile items, that is, for which we had completed stability studies for, so that we were not exceeding any admissible beyond use date. We made that change immediately after the finding during that 2021 inspection. Their third item they drew attention to was a compound we were making with an active ingredient deslorelin. At the time of their inspection in 2021, we had previously been making deslorelin in combination with HCG, which differentiated it from a manufactured product that was available. When HCG was reclassified to a biologic product and therefore not permissible to be compounded with, we stopped compounding with the HCG and reformulated our deslorelin formulation, increasing the strength to account for the lacking of the HCG in the preparation. The strength of that compound was outside of what the FDA looks at for human compounding as being a copy of a commercial product. That is, it was greater than a 10% difference in the manufactured product that was available, as well as it being in a different combination of release vehicles than the manufactured product. So these were all things that we disagreed with California's stance on. We decided to seek legal representation, discussed these differences up to the level of an administrative law judge, who very much sided with our viewpoints on these things, and urged the California Board of Pharmacy to advise their allegations against us. California Board of Pharmacy rejected that advisement and let the allegations stand as is. So after a somewhat lengthy legal battle in both effort and finances, we conceded and proceeded to accept the consent order with California Board of Pharmacy.
Thank you very much. Board members' questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Cheek, it looks like a lot of your disciplines were reciprocal discipline based on Kentucky's discipline from maybe 2019. Can you describe what happened with Kentucky board?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're correct. Most of the disciplines are reciprocal actions to our initial basis home state action, which was served to us in August of 2020. that was finalized in August of 2020, but it was based upon inspection findings from November of 2019. I became pharmacist in charge for the state of Kentucky for BET Farm in June of 2020. So that was served just after me becoming pharmacist in charge, but based on findings from before my tenure in that position. So the basis for that was largely due to misbranding, and it was deemed misbranding because the way our software was set up at the time when a compounding log was initiated, it pulled the ingredients that were used from the last time that preparation was made. And so it auto-populated, if you will, the lot numbers that were used from the last make. The previous pharmacist in charge did not catch that was occurring. And while the preparations were being made with newer ingredients than what the paper record showed, the paper record oftentimes would show maybe in a compound that had 4 ingredients, one of which may have expired in 3 months, but then that compound was applied a 6-month beyond use date. So the beyond use date applied was greater than the expiration date of an ingredient within the preparation, causing it to be misbranded. So when I became pharmacist in charge, I got in touch with our software support people and had them redo where we create a log so that it no longer auto-populates. And when I create a log now, I manually build each ingredient, checking one by one that what we're stating we use in the compounding record is in actuality what we were using. So that negated that from occurring in the future.
Is your last Kentucky inspection this one in the board book from 2022?
It was at the time when we submitted, but we were actually just inspected this past Friday, so February 9th of 2024.
Were there any findings from that inspection, things that you have to correct?
No, ma'am, no non-compliances.
Any additional questions?
I'm comfortable with the responses that were given, and I would move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, if we
Yes.
can get that most recent inspection for our records, that would be helpful.
Mr. Cheek, can you provide that to staff?
Can as soon as I receive it. The Kentucky Board of Pharmacy hasn't issued it to me as of yet, but as soon as they do, I'll be glad to forward it on.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Cheek. Appreciate your attendance today.
Thank you.
23H Caremark PCS Pennsylvania Mail Order Pharmacy.
I am recused.
Good morning. This is Ben DeMarco, Pharmacist and Regulatory Counsel, and I'm here with Christine Renfer, who's the pharmacist in charge of our Pennsylvania Mail Pharmacy.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Ms. Bolt, if you can give us a brief summary.
Caremark PCS Pennsylvania Mail Pharmacy LLC DBA CVS/Caremark or Ingenio RX Home Delivery applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on September 18th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary action taken against their facility by the California Board of Pharmacy for multiple instances where the pharmacy failed to comply with the requirements set forth for dispensing controlled substance prescriptions. This includes multiple instances of excessive furnishing and early dispensing of controlled substance prescriptions. Over 6,800 prescriptions were dispensed to patients in California from prescribers listed as having offices in other states, even though controlled substances may only be prescribed by a California licensed prescriber when dispensed to patients in California. Shipping out-of-state prescriptions to California patients without verification of the authenticity of those prescriptions and dispensing prescriptions to patients against their prescriber's orders. Their California license was revoked, the revocation was stayed, and the license was placed on probation for 3 years, subject to terms and conditions, and ordered to pay $257,000.
Thank you, Ms. Foltz. Mr. DeMarco, Ms. Renfer, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. Would it help for a little background? There were the two issues that arose for the Wilkes-Barre Pharmacy. As was just stated, there was the concern about the unique requirement to not ship C2s into California from prescribers not licensed in California. And then there was the allegation of early refills of controlled substances. So this decision and order arose out of a settlement. The probation does not restrict the ability of the pharmacy to serve patients in California or any other state, including Arizona. I'd also note that while this matter was being investigated, there was a sister investigation along with our Illinois pharmacy. We call it our Chi-Mel pharmacy. C2s were not in scope, so in part, the major issue was early fills of controlled substances. We didn't settle that case. The company rigorously defended it. The administrative law judge agreed that there was no violation of law or rule, and the allegations were dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Board members, questions or discussion?
I'd just like to point out that since COVID and the drastic increase in telemedicine, it's been increasingly difficult for pharmacies to know what providers are licensed in what states, especially since some nursing regulations allowed one licensure to be transferable to many states. So I can see how this could have happened, the licensing portion at least for California.
So I make my motion to accept the renewal application.
A second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you both for appearing.
Thank you.
23I Nephron SC.
Yes, good afternoon. This is
Bad echo.
good afternoon. This is Chris Fortier from Nephron. I'm president of one of our divisions here. I'm also with Scott Bobbitt, who's our site quality head for our generic drug MPC business, and Srini Rao, who's the vice president of regulatory today.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bolt, if you could give us a summary.
Nephron SC Inc. applied to renew their non-resident wholesaler permit. Could you possibly mute?
Yeah, the people that are online, if you could mute, please, while she's speaking.
Nephron SC Inc. Applied to renew their non-resident wholesaler permit on September 28th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed a 2023 discipline issued by the Colorado State Board of Pharmacy. The discipline in Colorado pertains to a warning letter issued by the FDA in 2022. Board staff is concerned that there are multiple non-resident permits issued for the address 4500 12th Street Extension, West Columbia, South Carolina. I'd like you to refer to page 2463, just for your reference.
I don't think that page number is right.
No,
Yeah.
no.
This is
No,
on
that
page
is not right.
3494.
My apologies.
All of the permits open are 3496.
3458 as well. The owner indicated in the online profile for Nephron SC Inc. Wholesaler and manufacturer permits is Lou Kennedy, while the owner for the wholesaler and manufacturer permits are at the same facility under Nephron Sterile Compounding Center LLC is Nephron Sterile Compounding Center. So we just wanted to clear this up. We wanted to kind of take a look at this and see what's going on. It's unclear whether these two facilities are physically separated in any way. And we just wanted more clarity on the ownership information.
Thank you, Ms. Bolts. Does someone from Nephron want to make a statement?
Yes, hi. Hi, this is Srinivas Rao from Nephron Pharmaceuticals, the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs. Yes, we do have a big facility over here wherein it has two FEI numbers being issued by the FDA. When FDA came in here in February of 2022, they did ask us to separate the two sites, and then they've issued two FEI numbers, and that's the reason why we have a Nephron Pharmaceutical Corporation, which does commercial ANDA products, and then we also have a 503B sterile compounding facility, which does the compounded products, the 503B side of it, in this address.
So in the same building, you have two different manufacturing facilities?
That is correct.
How are they separated?
So from a quality perspective, we do have two different heads managing the quality side of the business, wherein we have Scott Bobbitt, who is right now with us on the phone, doing in charge of the Nephron Pharmaceutical Corporation for the ANDA and the NDA side, and we have another person who takes charge of the Nephron 503B side from a quality standpoint. And from a manufacturing standpoint, they are in different individual lines, and FDA is aware of it, and they had come in and inspected us as well, and they are totally acceptable with that approach.
Hi, this is Scott. To further explain what Srini was talking about, we do have some shared services, but we have a service agreement where Nephron Pharma provides services to the 503B on shared services, such as maintenance and facilities holdings. But we are separate organizations within the site, with separate heads of manufacturing and separate heads of quality.
So the renewal today is for the full service wholesaler permit, not the 503B permit, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
And I see here that you guys have 5 ongoing recalls from 2023. Can you explain what's happening there?
So yes, when the FDA was on site in 2022 and issued the warning letter, between Nephron and Nephron Outsourcing, we decided to voluntarily recall some products. So all those have actually been reviewed and closed out by the FDA as of this past week.
If I may, the 503B Nephron Sterile Compounding, the top manufacturer, they submitted their renewal in October as well. They did not disclose any disciplinary action for that facility.
That license has already been approved, though, right?
It was auto-renewed due to the answers they provided on their renewal.
Has the 503B arm been disciplined?
Srini, you're on mute.
Yeah, for the 503B side, from a warning letter perspective, I believe it was being informed to the board. And from the Colorado disciplinary action perspective, that was specifically for the NPC side, which is basically manufacturing the ANDA products.
Sorry, this is a little confusing. So the warning letter that was issued by the FDA was issued to the manufacturing side or the 503B side or both?
there were two separate warning letters issued for both 503B as well as the NPC side, and both of them were reported at the time of renewal. I think so it was done, and we will double check on that one more time, but I believe that it was done. And for the Nephron Pharmaceutical Corporation, there was a Colorado disciplinary action sent to us, and that's basically what we had reported in our when we renewed the Nephron Pharmaceutical Corporation's license, which is the ANDA side of the business.
So there are no issues that they have shared services. I'm asking, just want to be sure.
Sounds like their shared services is related to maintenance of their equipment, not necessarily product.
And it's common ownership too, so.
Just want to be sure.
The question on the renewal asks whether the facility has received any discipline. It doesn't necessarily ask about the wholesaler or the manufacturer, it just says this facility. And since they're in the same facility, that was kind of my question as well.
So it looks like they disclosed it on the wholesaler renewal application, but not the outsourcing renewal application.
Correct.
That's correct. We were under the understanding here is because the facility has two FEI numbers, and one is for the 503B and one for the NPC, even though we had disclosed both the warning letters to both our renewals, but from a disciplinary letter that we received on Colorado, we just did for one, because that was just specifically to that particular side of the business.
So I don't think they're trying to hide or not to disclose, because they did with this application. So I move to approve the renewal application.
Should we consider opening a complaint against the other one that they didn't disclose on?
But
since that, I mean,
yeah, my understanding it's they're just because the discipline was against one permit, not the other one, even they are on the same facility. Like our staff thinking it is about the facility, so there's misunderstanding.
Sure.
So I believe the way I hear them talking, that really then they're disclosing when they now, you know what I mean? It's just like a misunderstanding when to disclose, when not. So I feel like okay to approve the renewal without any action.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all for being present today.
Thank you.
23J Cardinal Health 414.
Hi, Corey Kapitsky, Assistant General Counsel for Cardinal Health. Also joining me is Catherine Benson, Vice President of Nuclear Pharmacy, and Marie Bonney, who's a pharmacist in charge for our East Rutherford Nuclear Pharmacy.
Thank you. Ms. Galvin, any questions about representation?
Yes, whether he's licensed in Arizona.
I'm purely appearing here just as a fact witness to relay information about the renewal. I'm not here as a representing Cardinal Health.
Thank you. Ms. Foltz, if you could give a summary, please.
Cardinal Health 414 LLC applied to renew their non-resident pharmacy permit on September 8th, 2023. The permit holder disclosed disciplinary action taken in 2022 by the New Jersey Board of Pharmacy due to an inspection conducted in 2018. This found violations of regulations relating to sterile compounding and clean room compliance. Cardinal Health waived any rights to a hearing but asked the New Jersey Board to consider an explanation before making their final decision. The New Jersey Board reconsidered information concerning the inspection and amended the language in the citations found on the inspection in March of 2023. The updated citations and fines are available in the board's packet, I believe 3752 and 3753. Cardinal Health has confirmed that they have not been inspected since their NABP verified pharmacy program inspection in 2021. Highlights of the VPP inspection are available on 3759 to 3761.
Thank you, Ms. Foltz. Would someone from Cardinal like to make a statement before we proceed with questions?
Sure, appreciate it. Well, I think the board has the written materials there. I think it would be helpful just to have a quick recap of the history on this one. It's somewhat convoluted. This pharmacy was inspected, and just to back up, the discipline we disclosed is technically pending discipline. We've not actually been formally disciplined by the New Jersey board to date, but the New Jersey Board of Pharmacy inspected this pharmacy back in August of 2018. During that inspection, the inspector noted certain deficiencies. We responded to those deficiencies shortly thereafter in a follow-up report. And then the New Jersey Board of Pharmacy in October of 2018 asked us to provide a more detailed response to the inspector's findings, which we did in November of 2018. We didn't hear anything further from this matter for more than 3 years. And then in February of 22, we were notified by the board that they intended to take disciplinary action based on those alleged deficiencies. We responded, as was noted, and asked for an appearance before the board. We presented to the board on May 25th, 22, and we clarified that the pharmacy is a nuclear pharmacy, not a sterile compounding pharmacy, and that the issues raised in that inspection report regarding growth in the clean room was not correct. This pharmacy doesn't have a clean room. We prepare radiopharmaceuticals in a laminar flow hood. And then contrary to the findings of the inspection report, we stopped using that laminar flow hood after detected growth and didn't resume it until retesting showed the CFU levels that fell below actionable levels. And then finally, and probably most significantly, we clarified that the New Jersey board regulations do not really address standards applicable to the preparation of radiopharmaceuticals, including USP 797, and they hadn't adopted any portion of 825. And so that presentation was really well received by the board. They acknowledged some lack of familiarity with radiopharmaceutical practice generally. And they actually asked Cardinal Health to educate them in a kind of an informal setting about 825 and agreed the meeting minutes will reflect to table that until they could discuss further. We again didn't hear anything for a really long time until March of 23, when surprisingly they issued the revised disciplinary notice with essentially the same violations. A few wordings were different, but essentially it was the same. We were quite confused and surprised, so we engaged outside counsel and had a conversation with our outside counsel and the executive director of the New Jersey board and then counsel for the New Jersey board on May 2nd. During that conversation, the New Jersey board attorney confirmed verbally that we actually had not violated and they were going to drop the 2 of the 3 citations, specifically referred to as 11.24 A10 and then 11.24 A2. And then the executive director requested additional policies and procedures from us regarding the last violation there regarding the temperature excursion, and to kind of see how Cardinal Health complied rather with those provisions. We provided that additional documentation to the executive director in May of 23. And to date, we have not heard anything further, despite several outreach attempts to the board to determine what action, if any, they will take on this matter. So to confirm, at the end of the day, we're sitting in somewhat of a limbo period here, whether we will actually be disciplined or not. And as noted, we've since been inspected since that 2018 inspection and have not received any further citations or violations from the New Jersey board or any other board. So with that, I respectfully request the board renew our permit, and we'll be happy to provide the board with an update from the New Jersey board as soon as we have that regarding whether we actually will face any disciplinary action or not. And happy to take any questions from the board.
I do have a question. I didn't hear you mention what steps you took to fix the temperature readings and temperature control.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
saying it's not a violation. I don't know if you're still discussing that, but
yeah, our contention is that it actually was not a violation of.
Can I interject real quick? I'm sorry to interject.
Absolutely.
But Madam Chair, I just want to not set a precedent for someone not licensed in Arizona. It almost sounds like he is representing the company, and I don't want to cross that line.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
is someone else able to answer that question?
Marie, if you could speak to how we control temperature. I am a licensed pharmacist only in the state of Michigan, but Marie can provide that response.
So we actually have a device that has continuous monitoring every hour. And if there's any excursions throughout the day, we get notified through our IsoTrack system, so that the pharmacist, once we get that notification, the pharmacist could remediate and fix any sort of excursions that does come about.
I will add too, not as a licensed pharmacist in the state of Arizona, but what was noted, the temperature excursion did not allow for mean kinetic excursions, which the regulations do, the standards do allow for. So over a 24-hour period, as long as that excursion doesn't go outside of that 24 hours, that's perfectly acceptable. So as a mean, we do always maintain that temperature. And if not, then we get the notification through our pharmacy technology system.
Thank you.
Based on what we've heard, I'm comfortable with renewing this permit. The other thing that strikes me is how long it took New Jersey to resolve this. I mean, the original investigation was in 2018 and the investigation is still not concluded. So kudos to our staff for the way that we handle complaints and the timeliness in which they are addressed. I'm sure they have slightly different administrative processes, but it struck me as quite a stark difference in the way that we do business in Arizona. But I would make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you all for your time and attendance today.
Thank you very much.
Item 24A is for tomorrow. Item 25A is action on previous action, Insys Development Company. This board staff is requesting adjudication of an open complaint that has been on file for a little while on a permit which is non-operational and is on administrative hold. Ms. Canavong, do you want to add anything before we get started with discussion?
I don't think so. I think you've summed it up very well.
The recommendation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we dismiss we dismiss this case and close without prejudice, since they are no longer operating under the prior ownership and all of those individuals are now no longer in place.
Correct.
Do we dismiss or close the permit? Just by way of motion, how do we state that?
You'd be dismissing the complaint.
I'll make a motion to dismiss the complaint without prejudice.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Canavong. 25B, action on previous action. We have two complaints that are open, and for respondent Harish Nair. Is Mr. Nair present?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, 1 second. All right, can you guys see me? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Harish Nair. I'm a pharmacist licensed in both Arizona and Indiana. I'm currently on interim suspension in Arizona, and I'm on a probationary license in the state of Indiana. Also an active recovering alcoholic.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. And your request before us today is to release you from your interim suspension?
Correct.
Ms. Canavong, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think I would. I just want to make it clear, because there's been several actions over time. There's been an initial consent agreement in order for suspension and probation. There's been a First Amendment to that agreement. And most recently, Mr. Nair entered into an interim consent agreement for suspension of his license. I just wanted to point out that his First Amendment, which went into effect on September 23rd, 2020, required 60 months of probation from the date of contract with the monitoring provider. He entered into a contract on or about September 9th, 2020. That's on page 45, 49. He was then suspended on an interim basis on April 6, 2023. So in total, he was on probation for 2 years and 7 months prior to the interim suspension, which if the board does consider the First Amendment, would leave 2 years and 5 months remaining. But I just wanted you to have that information from a timeline perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Canavong. Mr. Nair, is there anything you'd like to add before we open it up for questions?
Not specifically. I just maybe would just explain the little time, if that's okay with the board.
Yes,
if
please,
I
go
could
ahead.
just just to give you a little bit of timeline. So I was entered in a probationary agreement back in 2020 with you guys. I'm also in monitoring here in Indiana. After falling off and going into treatment and relapsing, I was at that point I was as per my board order, my license was suspended. Since then, currently I am in compliance in the state of Indiana, and also I'm being monitored through Community Bridges, which is based out of Arizona. I am, as of today, compliant, and I'm 11 months, 8 days sober. I'm continually actively working a program with the sponsor. I do see a therapist once a quarter, along with 3 to 4 AA meetings a week, along with a aftercare program that is follow from the treatment I had went to in Parkdale, which is in Chesterton, Indiana. I have also, I'm getting support from my employer. They are fully aware of my current condition, and they are in support of it. I'm also currently right now, I've returned to school, pursuing my MBA and just actively involved in my recovery and in my life. And I just ask that the board just give me an opportunity to at least enter back in a probationary status, if that is, you guys find it agreeable. And that's all I have to say at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. Just a question for you. I don't believe we have a renewal application for you, and your current application is go ahead, Ms. Canavong. I see you want to make a comment.
Yeah, that's correct. Mr. Nair's pharmacist license did expire in
October
2023. Yes, and it is suspended as a matter of operation at this point. So we don't have a renewal application.
Is your intent, Mr. Nair, to renew your application?
Yes, my intent was just to renew and to get back on probation. And since it is my home license, Arizona is, I don't practice in Arizona, but my intention is to have it active one day fully. But as of right now, I think the next step would be to continue on the probationary
Thank you.
status.
I have a question for Ms. Canavong. You just mentioned the 2+ time period. Excuse me, 2+ years time period. Was that for probation or suspension?
That was for probation.
And what we have before us today is to be released from suspension, correct? If we do approve this, he would revert to probation for the remainder of the consent agreement. Right, or the interim agreement, whatever.
That is something the board would have to determine.
I would be in support of that, as removing the interim suspension and moving him to probation. But we also are going to need to figure out the motion to address the license too. Because if we just lift the suspension today, he still doesn't have a license. He's still suspended because his license hasn't been renewed.
What options do we have, though?
I have understood him to say that he will file an application for renewal. So upon submission of that application, review by the staff to ensure that it is complete and he otherwise qualifies. Upon his entering that a consent agreement for the lifting of the suspension, his license would immediately revert to a probationary status. Then his application for renewal would be granted. And that would be for a period of probation, matching the 2 years and 7 months, whatever it is, monitoring that is typically involved with what he's doing now with community bridges, frequent testing, peer reviews, recovery groups.
And then lastly would be appear before the board to lift the probation.
Correct.
Someone want to make that their motion? Unless there's additional questions? So moved on my behalf. Do I have a second?
Same. Yeah, second.
Any further discussion? Huh? Ms. Galvin, did you have a comment?
Seth.
You have the original consent, you had a first amended, and then you had a subsequent interim consent. Perhaps it would be best to offer like a second amended, so it's clear, because the first amendment was in 2020 or whatever it was, and there's outstanding time, so maybe offering a second amended consent where the terms are clear and there's no confusion trying to revert back to something else may be the best option.
With all the other things that we've already said.
Correct.
I would be willing to entertain amending my motion.
I would also amend my second.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Lehan.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Nair, thank you for appearing. We will be looking forward to your renewal application. Best of luck in your continued recovery.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we're at 11:50. Is there anything we can take that might be a little bit quick? Or do we want to just go ahead and pause here and come back a little early? What way do you want to go?
I think it's lunchtime, Madam Chair.
Okay, so do we want to come back at 12:50?
I think we can still do 1 o'clock.
We're confident
Yeah,
in
I
1
think-
o'clock.
I think so. yes.
I'm holding you to this, Dr. Gandhi.
Well, we'll make
Okay.
it through.
Well,
But
we will recess for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock.
That's fine. My daughter up at 8 today, so. Oh.
That needed to be pointed out.
We started out rough, but I think we're covering. Yeah, it's good.
Yes.
We're recovering on time, I think. So I think we're recovering on time. I was a little worried at the beginning. Dr. Gandhi, if you can do roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Nair,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Pre-
Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Present.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Here.
And Mr. Anderson. Here. All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. We're going to jump into conferences, 26A.
And for the record, I will be recused for 26A, B, and C.
Okay, see you back in a little while. Have fun in the audience, Miss Lehan. 26A is conference complaint number 23-0108 for Total Care Pharmacy. I see we have a lot of people in the audience. Mr. Morris, I guess I'll let you start by introducing your fine group of individuals.
Snyder on behalf of Total Care.
My name is Parth. I'm a pharmacy technician trainee in the Total Care Pharmacy.
My name is Rita. I'm one of the owners and I'm pharmacy technician trainee at Total Care Pharmacy.
Really? Turn it back on. Thank you. And Mr. Hyber.
Steve Hyber, Compliance Officer.
Thank you. If we could hear a summary of the complaint, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Morris.
We're here today as a follow-up to a previous complaint, which was adjudicated or reviewed, reviewed at the October 2023 board meeting conference. That case number for your reference, 23-0108. During that meeting, counsel for the respondent indicated that the permit holder would be willing to pay for a follow-up inspection after consulting with an outside pharmacy resource to improve compliance. And obviously the board agreed. That's why we're here today. And they requested the compliance officers conduct a follow-up inspection after receiving notice from respondent's counsel. And that occurred on or about November 20th of last year. We received notification and an inspection was conducted on December 1st. Results of those inspections are included within your case file here. There's a copy of the consultant report that precedes the inspection results. And we only found, there was some improvement, obviously, from the previous allegations in the complaint. But there was one violation issued for refrigerator temperature excursion events. There were some in October of 23 that would predate the expert coming into the pharmacy. And then there was some after the review process with the outside consultant occurred in November of 23. So there was a little bit of continuation of that issue, and therefore a violation was issued. The permit holder responded to that, and they did state in their response that they reviewed the drugs that were exposed to those excessive temperatures, and those drugs were no longer maintained in inventory and disposed of. And we had some also needs improvements, about 9 needs improvements. Again, technically, they could be put on an inspection report as violations, but typically we give the permit holder an opportunity to improve on that because it's of a more minor nature than something that's more critical, like temperature control within a refrigerator where drugs are stored. And that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyber. Mr. Morris?
Sure. I was negligent, Ms. Walmsley, and I believe the pharmacist in charge is on video here also.
Yes.
If you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kim Bollinger.
Thank you, Ms. Bollinger.
Actually, Kim is the old pharmacist that started with this issue. The current pharmacist in charge is also on.
And the current pharmacist in charge? If you could please introduce yourself. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
She was there a second ago. I saw her. I assume she's calling back in, but we can start. And when she's back on, we'll start. Mr. Snyder's going to represent this.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just want to begin and state that kind of recap so everybody's on the same page. So previously, as Mr. Hyber mentioned, we appeared before the board in October, at which time there was a bunch of back and forth between what our client was saying and what Ms. Bollinger was saying with regards to the events that occurred in February of last year.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
Here she is.
Yes, so if you could please introduce yourself really quick and then we'll
Yes,
turn.
my name is Melissa Munagama Gaydon. I am the current pharmacist in charge at the Total Care Pharmacy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Melissa. So it basically came to the board came to the conclusion that they were unsure of how to proceed based on the limited evidence and kind of the going back and forth, and it just became a very muddled affair. At which time the board advised that our client seek a pharmacy consultant, which they immediately did. Michael Blair was the pharmacy consultant that reached out, and they established a relationship with him. He was there at that pharmacy from October 26th to roughly November 1st. And the reviews of the pharmacy consultant, I believe it is in Mr. Hyber's record, was pretty positive. Overall, he believed that Total Care Pharmacy understands and is committed to what they need to do to be in compliance with Arizona law and the Arizona State of Pharmacy rules, and that they have are willing and able and have put good policies and procedures in place to ensure compliance moving forward. Once we got that final consult report from Mr. Blair, we sent that to the board, at which time Mr. Hyber came and inspected the facility on December 1st. Mr. Hyber noted, there was only one violation noted on that report, on that inspection report, which we received in January. That was related to the refrigeration temperatures. I would just like to amend that we initially submitted a response in what they had done to correct that violation by January 5th, which was basically just some temporary things put in place to make sure that this didn't happen again. Since time, they have decided to completely replace the refrigerator at issue just to make sure that this type of thing does not happen again, because they believe that the cause of the temperature fluctuations was just a faulty refrigerator, or potentially. So they just wanted to, so that's just one amendment to what we initially responded with, was just a series of extra steps and protocols to check to make sure that temperature doesn't go out of range. And we would also like to kind of point out that the inspection report didn't acknowledge or really cite any violations that were identical to what was initially alleged in the initial complaint. It seems to us that our client has moved forward, that their goal is to be compliant with Arizona Board of Pharmacy rules and Arizona pharmacy law, and that is what they want to do. They want to move forward from this, and they want to try to show the board that they have every intention of being compliant in the future, and would just like to move forward from this affair. This time we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Mr. Hyber, I have one question. You've obviously been back for your follow-up inspection, noted the one violation with the several others. Are you happy and satisfied with their progress that they've made? Obviously, they weren't completely there, but do you notice remarkable changes since the last time that you had inspected?
We did not see any repeat issues in respect to the in respect to the complaint issues that were violative. I'm heartened to hear that, and because I was unaware that you'd replaced the refrigeration unit. The units that pharmacies used to use for many years are basically units you use in your house, in your home, and they run, anywhere from $1,000 to $3,000. They don't really control the temperature like some of these better units that we're now seeing deployed in many of the pharmacies throughout the valley. So it's good that they have. I don't know what type of unit you got, but do you know the name of it?
So we purchased like the new refrigerators, like with the better brand, the LG's one.
Okay.
And now it's a more control at the temperature sensors inside the fridge, and also we put the alarm systems with the sensors, and we set the temperature range which is noted on the 36 to 40 sorry, 34 to 46. And if it's go out that range, the alarm systems, turn on, and our pharmacist inspect the temperature range and also the temperatures of the medication.
Thank you. Sounds like they've addressed the one violation that we observed there on December 1. So thank you for that. So I don't have anything further to add. I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
I have a question for Mr. Heiber. Wasn't it noted also about technician training documentation? Or is that a previous notation?
Well, if we unpack this inspection, which starts on 4632. Go look at that, see what we observed. Yeah. So again, it's not uncommon not to have, because we look for a lot of different things when it comes to training. So it's possible they had documentation. I believe it just wasn't as robust as we'd like to see. So it's more of a judgment call on the CO's part. Thank you.
I just like to mention one thing. Just, I don't think it was the unit issue back then, because looking at your temperature monitor, it's set up very low. You know what I mean? Just to let you know, guys, just keep eye on those things. They are very important. So just to mention it.
So a question for the two owners. You're both our owners, right? You're the owner. Looking back, what did you learn from this? Obviously, you've made a lot of changes, and I'm glad to see that that you've made the continual improvement. But what did you learn from this whole process?
To be honest, I personally learned a lot of things to not kind of make this mistake ever again. First of all, any person who I add on the team, proper background check is mandatory. Proper trainings, follow all the rules and regulations. And if any questions concern, I always email to the board. And yeah.
Thank you.
Last time you were here, Ms. Walmsley asked you what the duties were for a pick. And I was hoping you could answer that for us today.
So she is in charge for everything. She opens the pharmacy, she closes the pharmacy, and then without her, nothing will be nothing we can do it without the pharmacist. So she does basically verify, fill the prescriptions, answer the calls, any doctor calls, and handle technician.
And just again, to confirm, the current pick is on the line if you have any questions for her about what her responsibilities are.
I think part of it was because you were coming into the pharmacy without another person being present. So, or that was alleged. I'm not sure which way that was, but because you're a trainee, you know that you can't go into the pharmacy. And I saw that in your documentation. Yeah.
Yes.
So what options do we have at this point?
We need to decide what we want to do with the complaint. Correct, Ms. Galvin? We could take action, we could dismiss, we could do any number of things.
That's correct. This is with any other conference. You have those options available to you.
So normally when we have one violation, what is the next step? When you have one violation, they have 10 days to correct, or?
They have 10 days to respond. I mean, if it's a hot water violation, we'd like to see it corrected pretty fast. There could be violations involving system issues, which may take more time. It's the response that we're looking for. If they fail to respond, then we'd be free to open a complaint on that.
The one violation is a result of the follow-up inspection. The underlying complaint is where you saw more unprofessional conduct that was alleged.
Right.
Yeah.
They followed what we asked of them. So, and there's been many improvements. So I don't know that we should take any further action.
I agree with that.
It feels strange to say we dismiss, but because they've already done what we've asked of them, I guess that's the motion that I'll make.
We could memorialize it with a letter of concern as well.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Mhm.
I'll make that my motion.
Second.
To the permit holder.
Yeah.
For the violations found in the underlying complaint.
Correct.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. And thank you for your continued goal to provide safe service in Arizona. So thank you for the improvements and for working with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
26B, complaint 23-0409 for Sandra Roberts. Is Miss Roberts present?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, if you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name's Sandra Roberts.
Hi. Ms. Canavong, will you do a summary, please?
Certainly. So if it's all right with the board, I'd like to just provide a brief preamble and then get into the complaint that led us to today. So the complaint I'm going to present to you was considered by the Complaint Review Committee on October 10th, 2023. After the committee reviewed that complaint, they recommended that the board issue Ms. Roberts an interim order for substance use evaluation and then forward the case to conference, which is where we are today. The board did accept that recommendation at its meeting on October 18th, 2023. On October 25th, staff sent Ms. Roberts an interim order for substance use evaluation. She was evaluated on November 15th, and the results of that evaluation are in your file. If you would jump ahead, please, to page 4803. This is a complaint that board staff received, or a notification rather, the board staff received on July 12th, 2023 involving Ms. Roberts. Board staff was notified of a loss of controlled substances at CVS Pharmacy 9297. The 106, the DEA Form 106 provided by CVS reported a loss of 200 oxycodone immediate release 30 milligram tablets. The Form 106 reported that the employee suspected of drug diversion was no longer employed with CVS, and upon further inquiry, CVS reported that the suspected employee responsible for the loss was Sandra Roberts. Ms. Roberts was the pharmacist in charge at this location from February 12th, 2023 to May 30th, 2023. Board staff requested files from CVS and received some information. Ultimately, CVS stated that based on the findings of their investigation and their interview, they highly suspected theft, but they could not confirm it. Board staff then reached out to Ms. Roberts, notifying her of the complaint and requesting a response. Ms. Roberts stated that she was relocated to CVS 9297 to be the quote-unquote temporary pick, and that was on February 12th, 2023, which coincides with the dates I provided earlier in this presentation. She stated that she completed her change of pick controlled substance inventory on February 19th, 2023, but that she was not scheduled to begin working until March 12th. At that time, she stated there were several shortages when she arrived on March 12th, and she asked her district leader for help with reconciling the shortages. In her response, Ms. Roberts also disclosed a medical condition. At the time that Ms. Roberts responded to this complaint, she stated that she was not currently employed and she is compliant with her continuing education requirements as of her last renewal cycle. I will note that Ms. Roberts' license did expire on October 31st, 2023, so her license is currently suspended as a matter of operation. So before you today, you have her evaluation that was completed late in 2023, as well as a possible violation of unprofessional conduct of failing to maintain effective controls against the diversion of controlled substances.
Ms. Roberts, would you like to make a comment before we proceed with questions?
I was moved to the store, but I wasn't scheduled. And there were a lot of shortages when I arrived, which I asked for help for. The pharmacy looked like an explosion went off in there. And it was very difficult. So when they interviewed me, it was for an unrelated event. And they didn't ask me for a drug test. They didn't even mention it to me. So I was quite shocked when I received the letter from the board. I've done this a long time and never had any issues whatsoever. So it was quite saddened me, actually. And then I had my evaluation and she notified that I was cleared. I haven't renewed as of yet because I was waiting on the outcome of this hearing. But I would have complied with a drug test if they'd asked me. I would have told them what I knew. If they'd asked me about this event at all, I didn't know anything. So it was quite shocking to me, actually. And I just feel there was a shortage. There was a problem in that store. It was a revolving door. There was never a set pharmacist ever. So it was somebody different every other day. So I think they saw I was gone. So I became kind of the scapegoat in the situation.
I have a question, but it's from information on page 4797. And I don't know that I'm allowed to ask this question. Can we? You can find out.
I'll give you permission if that's okay.
Is it related to private health information?
Possibly.
What page are you?
4797.
4797.
Probably safest to go in executive session for PHI and legal advice if necessary.
Okay.
Would it be helpful if I mention it?
Hang on just 1 second, Ms. Roberts.
Yeah, it's more the action than anything. But maybe I can just ask, have you gone before a board before about anything in the past? Okay.
No.
No. Not really. Not really. Have you been terminated from a pharmacy before?
I was terminated from CVS.
And
I was terminated back in 2010, 11 from Medco, which is now Express, due to my attendance because I was in a severe car wreck, which caused chronic migraines. So it was an attendance issue.
Yeah.
In fact, they let it go on longer than they should because my supervisor complimented me about how good I was. So it was sad, but that made me feel good. But until I got my migraines under control, I missed a lot of work.
Ms. Roberts, what was the time period that lapsed between the time you did the PIC change of inventory and your first day of actual work?
PIC, they had me do 212. I did the inventory that weekend, which I think was 219, and I was not scheduled to work there until the middle of March.
Why did you allow that?
I didn't, but you can only make so much noise. You have to go where you're scheduled.
Okay, I
They-
do have, I
They
can,
had done that to me previously also.
I can ask my question. Did you authorize your own prescriptions or?
It was a Z-Pack, yes, because I was scheduled for 12-hour days. I had a nurse practitioner phone it in. I didn't write it myself, but I had bronchitis, and if I called off due to illness, there were some veiled innuendos that I wouldn't have a job. So the technician filled it, and yes, I okayed it. Bad choice.
Was there another prescription that you wrote for yourself?
I didn't write any for myself. I contacted providers. There was a Z-Pack, there was a promethazine, and then months before that, there was some Lamodal, which I asked to close early due to my having chronic diarrhea, and I was brought a bottle of Pedialyte from the front and told to drink that instead.
I think that the confusion might be just the way that the evaluator worded the sentence.
Right. And you don't have to talk about your personal health. I'm sorry. I just was wondering about
That's
the
fine.
actions
Like I
that
said,
you've
I
taken.
have nothing to hide.
Given the fact that the evaluator shows that she is safe to practice, I would propose that we dismiss the complaint with a letter of concern for failure to control.
I don't agree. I feel like there's a history here of some things that are unsafe practice. I'd feel more comfortable with probation of some sort.
We've got
Right.
200 missing oxycodone that can't be accounted for. And yeah, and I'm concerned about that.
Which if you look at the dates, they were probably missing before I ever showed up.
Yeah, but there is no evidence who
Exactly.
what happened. Like there's no evidence. They're just blaming the previous PIC basically.
I agree. There isn't any clear evidence that she is responsible for those missing tablets, and she was evaluated by the professional medical provider. So I am in favor of of dismissing this.
I agree with that.
I agree as well.
You agree with
I
dismissing?
agree with the dismiss. I mean, I would have more concern about like just I have one question. If you don't. So you said the nurse practitioner called your pharmacy to phone in prescription for yourself, or she left a message? This is not maybe unrelated question.
It's not on this complaint. I
okay.
just brought it up because I saw a pattern.
Okay, so it's not
Yeah.
okay. So
If you look at my other 7 years at CVS.
yeah, you don't need to answer. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I have a motion to dismiss the case.
Second.
How do you feel about the letter of concern? I think we need to memorialize something. I don't know whose fault it was. We've already brought the employer in. There was a lot of he said, a lot of she said.
Yeah.
I don't know who's really at fault, which is why I'm not in favor of discipline here. But it does concern me that there's 200 tablets missing.
Does the board care to receive legal advice?
Sure.
Yes.
And I'll make
I'll
that
make-
motion.
Okay, I'll second.
All those in favor for
Aye.
legal advice, aye.
So what did we decide on?
We'll be back with you in just a minute, Ms. Roberts. We're going to
okay,
go
sorry.
off into a private room and we'll be with you in just a minute. All right, welcome back from executive session, everybody. Board members, questions for Ms. Roberts or discussion following our executive session?
I'll make a comment. Ms. Roberts, it is concerning to me that when you came on as PIC and you did your inventory reconciliation and you took on the responsibility of the control of those medications, and there was I don't feel like you should have taken that responsibility on if there was such a mess. And then been gone for a period of time. So it's concerning to me that as a PIC that you are aware of your responsibilities, that you're aware of what your duties are as a PIC. I don't know if anyone has anything to add to that.
As a PIC, I was told I was a PIC. Sadly.
But you were the PIC at the time, right?
Yes, and I asked to be moved there and I was not.
That's exactly what we want to make sure that you understand the responsibility of being a PIC.
Oh, I'll never do it again.
Yeah, I mean,
because I'm in charge of my schedule.
It will be your choice, you know what I mean? But yeah, just to make sure that you understand the responsibility.
Excellent point.
Go ahead.
So I move to dismiss this case.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for being here today.
Thank you. Can I renew my license now?
Staff will be in communication with you on next steps.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
26C, complaint number 23-0410, David Royer. Hello, Mr. Royer, welcome. If you could please sit down and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is David Royer, and happy to be with you all on Valentine's Day.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Ganavong, if you could give us a brief summary, please.
Certainly, this case has a similar preamble to the last. Complaint Review Committee considered this complaint at its October 10th, 2023 meeting. After review and discussion, the committee recommended the board issue Mr. Royer an interim order for substance use evaluation and forward the case to conference, which is why we're here today. The board accepted that recommendation at its meeting on October 18th, 2023. On October 25th, staff sent Mr. Royer the interim order. His evaluation was completed on November 16th, 2023. The results of that evaluation are in your file. If we can forward to page 4879, this is the original complaint. On July 13th, 2023, board staff was notified of a loss of controlled substances at CVS Pharmacy 9294. The DEA Form 106 submitted by CVS indicated a loss of 629 alprazolam 1 milligram tablets. The Form 106 reported that the employee suspected of drug diversion was no longer employed with CVS, and upon further inquiry, CVS reported that that employee was Mr. Royer. Mr. Royer was the pharmacist in charge at this location from March 29th, 2023 to July 16th, 2023. In July of 23, board staff obtained more information from CVS regarding their notification. They provided numerous documents, Mr. Royer's statement, a case narrative from the district asset protection leader. There were a couple of videos that were provided, as well as a policy that was signed by Mr. Royer. In addition to the losses at CVS 9294, the district asset protection leader's case narrative also discussed alprazolam losses at CVS Pharmacy number 7262. Staff had previously received a DEA Form 106 for this location dated March 30th, 2023. This Form 106 reported a loss of 790 alprazolam 1 milligram tablets, with the loss being due to a packaging discrepancy. Mr. Royer was the pharmacist in charge at this location from February 15, 2022 to March 26, 2023. On August 29th of last year, board staff reached out to Mr. Royer, notified him of the complaint, and requested a response. He did respond and indicated that he did not divert any medication from CVS 9294. Mr. Royer is currently employed and, well, as of his response, he indicated he was currently employed and he is compliant with his continuing education requirements. His license expires in 2024. So before you today, you have his evaluation as well as a possible violation of unprofessional conduct of failing to maintain effective controls against the diversion of controlled substances.
Thank you, Ms. Canavan. Mr. Royer, would you like to make a statement before we proceed with questions?
Well, I think that the common denominator is when we use machines to count the pills, and a lot of those machines are old and like the pill counters. So I personally think that could be the issue, but at this point, I'm just guessing, really.
So you don't have any explanation on why these medications went missing when you were in the pharmacy?
Yes. So the first store that so the alprazolam was in the Script Pro 200, and that machine was functioning correctly until like the last few months, where it started like double counting pills, and because usually there's a little sensor, and if the sensor is not cleaned, the pills pretty much, they don't go one at a time, they could go 2, 3 at a time. So we had a few technicians that came over to have to fix that. Then on the next one, the pill counter was pretty much, I found a lot of pills behind the pill counter, no controls, but also they were probably strong packed because there were 2 big bags in our blue Acrobins of a bunch of loose pills. So what I'm thinking happened is probably some technicians or anybody else who saw loose pills just put it in the bag. And
Do you double count controlled substances?
yes, I do. Well, I don't do all the cycle counts. I'm not the only one doing the cycle counts.
But you said sometimes 2 tablets would come out at once, or
So that was the previous store. So the previous store that was on so no, I guess the pharmacist doesn't count them because we just look at a picture of pretty much
what if it was double?
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I mean, it's just a picture of like 90 tablets. I'm not really going to be accurate in like counting every tablet.
I find that machines typically are more accurate than people, but if you're finding that there was an issue, did you raise that issue with anyone?
Well, yes, because I did count, I did send work orders for that machine over and over again. And as far as machines being more accurate, I respectfully disagree because there's a lot of pills that cannot be counted. Like, for example, the benzonatate 100s, anything that's transparent cannot be counted through the machine. And also those machines are like 20 years old. So a lot of them, they just need to be replaced.
So after you discovered the issue with the machine, you kept using it, right? And you said like few technicians came and instead of like just pause it and you stop using this.
So there was about 200, it's a Script Pro 200. So there's like 200 cells or like 240 cells. So we would stop it. We would hand count it. We would wait till the technician would come in to fix it. And then we would use it again because it was supposed to be fixed. And then it would happen again. And the last 4 months that kept happening at this location, the previous location.
Okay.
Mr. Royer, in the narrative, I found that there's a statement here that is a little concerning to me. You said that you were told to keep all the missing pills as a secret. Who told you that?
Nobody told you that.
It said Mr. Royer explained that he was told to keep the incident a secret from other employees.
Oh, yeah. So when because I was not aware of the loss, the first time I got aware of the loss was on the beginning of June. So loss prevention called me on the store phone and they directed me, this is how you accurately do cycle counts. So I started doing the cycle counts. And then later on, they said, hey, we are suspecting that there's diversion. Keep that a secret. Don't. And I'm like, well, I already did everything in front of everyone. So, you know, I can't really keep that a secret because they told me at the end. Because when they're investigating, if they're suspecting someone is actually stealing these, they don't want everybody to know.
Okay. What other controlled substances are in this machine?
I don't recall any other. It could be, but there's 200, so I don't recall.
Who decides what medications go in the Script Pro machine?
So I think they have a policy because when I came here, I didn't change anything that was in or out of it. Obviously, any hazardous drugs would not go in that machine, but alprazolam is not one of them. So
It just two different stores. Alprazolam seems to be the common denominator, and you. So I'm just with 200 plus cells, it's hard to believe it's just one alprazolam, cell, and there's no other controlled substances missing.
Well, I've been to 4 different stores. I am definitely not the common denominator because there's a lot of different floaters, people who work at my store, I work at their store. I mean, I have never had that problem besides those 2 stores, and they both have like those machines. So, I mean,
Do you frequently work late by yourself?
well, I have to get the job done, so yeah.
So they allow you just to stay?
Well, I come in early, I used to
Yeah,
work
this
for
says
my lunch.
4 a.m.
Oh, well, that's because that was the biannual inventory.
Okay.
That is on the day of the biannual inventory. I never go at 4 a.m. on my own.
So you're there by yourself for inventory purposes?
Yeah, for the May 1st inventory, yes. And it was a mess, and I was trying to do, I saw a lot of outdates and I just was putting the stickers and I bit off more than I could chew. So then I was staying late. And then I was not able to finish and I had to redo it the next day. And yeah, it's not good times.
Is there a reason you were using floater codes to clock in and clock out?
That I never knew until that was brought up to as a complaint. So that was the code I had. And I mean, I don't see how, if they had a problem with it, they could have, addressed it to me. And I mean, there's cameras, it's not.
Are you a pick now with the new employer?
Yes, I'm a pick with Safeway and I'm in Flagstaff.
Okay. So there is more than 600 missing of alprazolam, right? So how many you dispense within your time there?
I don't remember.
So when you did that,
A bottle's about 500.
So that's what I'm really concerned about. Like there is like missing more than what you dispense, guys. This is like a big concern. So if there's like a machine error, it will be like maybe a few tablets. I can understand 10, 15 tablets, but when it become like a double or the same amount, how much you dispense is a concern.
Every time it's cycle counted though, it goes through the machine too.
Okay.
A loss of this quantity seems really unlikely for a machine, but there's other things that have occurred that also seem like there's been maybe some lack of judgment on your part as well. And I'm having a hard time reconciling those two things together.
So so this should have been caught earlier before hundreds have been lost. And the way that happened is when I do the cycle counts, so CVS has two systems. They have RX Connect and then they have Think LP. So the RX Connect system is basically what we use every day for workflow. So when we do the cycle counts, there's no prompt that warns us, hey, your counts are off. Now for the C2s, it does. So let's say I have 500 oxycodone and I only count 470. What would happen is I would put 470, the prompt would show up again and it would say, that would be a sign that it's wrong. You have to double count it. And if I double count it wrong again, it goes to the perpetual inventory and it shows you a list of everything. For the C3 through 5s, it doesn't do any of that. So what happened in my case is when I would count it, I got nothing to stop me. So I thought, oh, everything's okay. And then I go into the Think LP. So that different system, you log into it every week. And we were supposed to log on to it on Tuesday, put in the count, and there was a discrepancy of about like 100. So if there's a discrepancy, I go back into RX Connect and I look at the cycle counts, and those two cycle counts match. So I put quantity available to dispense equals the quantity that I have on the shelves. And then I wait for the system to update on Friday, which is if there's any discrepancy, LP is loss prevention is supposed to give me a call and let me know. Now, the first time I knew was in June, and that's way too late, especially if they're saying the loss was around April when I took over. So, yeah, I think that's where the error was made. So.
Madam Chair, this is my thought. Since he repeatedly mentioned about the missing pills are related to the counting machine, and he also mentioned that loss prevention had advised him to keep everything as a secret. Should we open a complaint against a permit holder? I want to hear from CVS.
No, when you're doing an investigation, you wouldn't tell everyone that you're investigating.
Okay, then what about the counting machine itself? Because
I think we already addressed the complaint with the permit holder. And staff, there was a complaint originally with the permit holder too, was there not? Or this was just on him?
This was submitted by the permit holder to the board.
So we could open one in the permit holder.
Yeah, because he mentioned that the mechanical failure or issues related to the counting machine is happening at multiple sites. And it's concerning to me that the permit holder is not actively doing anything to address the counting problem, if it is indeed a problem.
So these work orders that you said you submitted, what have they done?
So they would fix it, but what they would, I became quite proficient in trying to fix it myself. And at first it would diagnose this wrong. They would say, oh, it's the conveyor belt that's not working properly, or it's the sensor near the conveyor belt. Turns out it was the sensor near the, because the bottle's right here, and then there's the cell, and then there's a little sensor right here that if there's a little dust, it starts double counting. So that was the issue. They, if I remember correctly, I submitted 3 or 4 of them. That machine was constantly a problem, and they spent a lot of money replacing a lot of parts of it.
So here's a question. If you know it's a problem, it's a controlled substance as a pharmacist, why don't you just take it out of the machine?
It's been taken out now. Yeah.
Are you the pick?
Yes.
You had the ability to take it out of the machine and stop using it.
I should have. But I didn't hear anything from LP, so I assumed my counts weren't that off. But it was mainly the lamotrigine and other drugs that alerted me that were double counted, or they kept blocking on it.
Did you have patient complaints of miscounted medications coming back to you after they were dispensed?
Well, not of any controlled. I've never usually have anybody saying, hey, you gave me too many pills. So no.
There be maintenance records on these machines and this type of thing that we could look at to verify?
exactly what you said. If you know there's an issue, you wouldn't continue using it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I know this is neither here nor there, but it's also really odd that you're working without a shirt on. That's just a little bit strange to me.
Well, it was hot and I was frustrated with, it was hot. I was frustrated with, I mean, it was 4 a.m, so. you
Yeah.
know, I was trying to keep myself awake without drinking coffee too late. So sorry about that.
Had you been there all night?
Yeah, all night, no sleep.
Wow.
So you worked all day and then stayed until 4 o'clock in the morning, and at the end of the time, no, we don't. need
I
to
was
go there.
I was supposed to continue the shift the next day, but someone thankfully relieved me.
Was this a 24-hour pharmacy?
No, that was the not the 24-hour one. Well, I figured nobody was around, so
And how many prescription you fill a day? Back-
in
back
which
then?
pharmacy?
The last CVS you worked at.
On a weekday, I would say, if I remember correctly, around 350 maybe.
Okay. And
What sort of support staff did you have with you?
I had, well, so there was huge turnover on there. So first month I was there, 4 people left. And they were trainees, they were not trained properly, they didn't have a license. So that was one of the things that made it very difficult as a pharmacist to have to go to the register and have all the other priorities to take care of. Towards the end, I did have good people and I did have people who were competent. But at the beginning, it was very tough. And my previous pharmacy, by the way, was about 1,100 a day. It was a previous 24-hour, so that's why they had the machine.
Dr. Dang, I'm with you. I think we need to open something against the permit holder.
Thank you. So should we table this case until we have a chance to talk to the permit holder?
I actually like that. Bring them back together and let's
Yeah.
talk about it again. I'm glad that we have the evaluation. We know he's safe, at least from a substance use evaluation at this point, but I would like to kind of talk about it as a collective whole.
Yeah. So then
I
I
would
make that as
also-
my motion.
I would also like to request the maintenance records at both of the locations.
Maintenance record for
On the
those machines.
Yes,
Okay.
And whether or not tickets were open, handled,
correct.
time frame.
Yep.
And their continuous quality assurance program, what event reports were submitted at both of these locations?
If the machines were faulty, their cycle counts would be off on all 200 drugs in there, not just one.
Right.
Agree.
True.
The staffing, if there also, has there been a turnover of staffing at both locations?
Mhm.
I think we can let the investigators figure out what is appropriate and what's not, but I think we probably do need a little bit more information before we can move this forward.
I do want to mention there's 2 different types of machines. The old location had the 200 drug cell script pro, but the new location has the pill counter. So that might be more appropriate.
Let's take a pause for a second and get legal advice.
Okay.
I'll make that a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, welcome back from executive session, everybody. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Roy or conversation?
I don't have any more questions, but I do want to table this and subpoena your employer, your prior employer, to provide more information so we can investigate this further regarding their equipment and subpoena them to appear for a conference and invite you back as well.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Royer. We will be in communication with you. May not be the next meeting, depending on how long it takes the staff to pull together the information, but staff will be in communication. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you very much.
I had a request as we were leaving the executive session room for a bio break. So let's take 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What do you think? 7 minutes. How about 8 minutes to come back at 2:15? All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll move on to conference 2060. I guess Dr. and go ahead and do roll call. I guess we need to make sure we follow the rules.
Looks like we're all here, but just
Yeah.
to make sure. Mr. Thorwald,
Here.
Ms. Snare,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley.
Here.
Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Mr. Dang,
Here.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Here.
Mr. Anderson,
Here.
all accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I guess just one reminder for members of the public, I was remiss in reminding everyone after lunch, Again, we will have a conversation around pharmacy continuing education for the meetings again later in the meeting, but there is a sign-in sheet if you're interested in getting CE for Arizona. Please make sure that you sign in. You have to sign in for both sessions if you want CE for the whole day. Anything I'm forgetting, Dr. Gandhi, on that?
No, you covered it, Madam Chair.
Okie dokie. So 26D, complaint 23-0497 for Miriam Perez. Is Ms. Perez present?
Hi, sorry. Yes, I am present.
Thank you. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Miriam Perez. I am currently working with Foothills Professional Pharmacy.
Thank you. I see Ms. Mitchell has joined us. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
Certainly. On April 14th, 2023, staff issued Miriam Perez an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty to resolve board case 23-0206. The civil penalty and continuing education required by the order were due on August 18th, 2023. On September 1st, 2023, staff opened a complaint against Ms. Perez's license for violation of a board order as she had not submitted documentation of her completion of the required continuing education or payment of the $75 civil penalty as required by the order. On September 5th, 2023, staff sent Ms. Perez a letter notifying her of this complaint along with a subpoena for response. In her response to the complaint, Ms. Perez apologized for not having completed the opioid continuing education that prompted the issuance of the order. She also provided documentation of her completion of 3 hours of opioid-related, substance use disorder-related, or addiction-related continuing education. Upon receiving her response, staff asked Ms. Perez if she intended to submit the payment of the civil penalty. She did not respond. As of this writing, Ms. Perez has not paid the civil penalty as required by the order.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Perez, would you like to make a statement before we proceed with questions?
Yes. So I had sent a check, and it was my fault because I did not follow up to make sure that I had it cleared through. So that's completely something that I failed on my side, and my intention started to be in good standing with my license. So I don't mind sending a check through FedEx with the signature just to make sure that on my end, I do make sure that it makes it to you guys. But my whole intention is to basically make sure I am good standing and pay any fees that you guys decide that I need to pay today.
Board members, questions?
It looks like some of the correspondence that we've sent to you was returned as undeliverable. So I'd like to also remind you to keep your address up to date in your pharmacy profile with the Board of Pharmacy.
Yes, and I did go online to actually just today, and I did make sure that my address had been changed, and I did see where my current address is updated already. I can't remember if it was something that I kind of did whenever they had originally emailed me, but it is up to date.
Why haven't you paid the penalty?
Like I said, it was basically I had sent a check and I did not follow through on my end, make sure that I had cleared or delivered to you guys. So I'm guessing that it did not make it to you guys. I basically just purchased a stamp because we do have stamps at work. So I just grabbed a stamp and send the check that route since it wasn't a big dollar amount. So it was around the holidays when I had originally sent it over. And there was just a lot of personal stuff going on, so it's my fault that I did not follow.
Did you contact your bank to cancel the check you sent since it's lost? Did you cancel it?
No, I haven't canceled it because I'm trying to find the check number. I usually don't write checks, so whenever I do have to pull out the checkbook, it's not like a large checkbook. So I actually misplaced it. So I was trying to go back to find that check number. But I hadn't really been so worried about it just because I went back when I got that email and it hadn't cleared through. But I am still trying to find my checkbook.
Seeing that several months have passed and she still hasn't made this payment. And now she's failed to adhere to the board order. I think another civil penalty is appropriate.
I agree.
Should we consider making it disciplinary versus non-disciplinary? Since she violated the order?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Also make a comment is last time I see a change of address on record is October of 2022. I don't see anything after that. So I don't know if the information we have is current.
Ms. Perez, how long have you been at your current address?
It's about 3 to 3.5 years.
It's strange since we're getting return mail.
That's why I brought it up, Madam Chair.
Yeah, 'cause
Any
I
idea
did,
why your mail would be being returned to the board?
I'm not sure because I'm currently receiving mail at the 2434.
You don't need to
East
share
Central.
your address on the record.
Sorry. I am receiving mail to my address currently up until today. And like I said, I did go online just today to make sure that my address was updated. And it shows that address, but there is one thing that it was like my address on top, and then there is like a I think it was a shipping address or another address below, which was my old address. That is grayed out. But my current address is like the primary top address on there. So I'm not sure why they're returning mail because like I said, I am receiving mail.
Are our standard terms on the matrix $250 for failing to comply with a board order? Is that what it is?
Does the board have the ability to suspend somebody's license until such time that they follow through with the board's order?
This board's authority to summarily suspend a license is predicated upon a finding that the public health, safety, and welfare require emergency action. And it has not in the past been used for that type of situation where there's a failure to update an address, and compliance with the board order would have to involve, in my opinion, something more serious.
And in the timeline that we're in right now, Mr. Thorwald, this would be a consent agreement, and Ms. Perez would have to agree to because it's not a hearing.
What are the other options for the board?
We can move it forward to hearing, could we not?
You can move it to formal hearing.
I make a motion that we move it to formal hearing.
Can we reissue the, I don't know.
I'm thinking,
I think that what you were headed towards another penalty.
I'm thinking, yeah.
It's 4 months late, just over 4 months late, I believe. So I just wanted to bring that up. Maybe that would be a factor in how we decide the penalty.
The only reason I bring it up, since she hasn't paid, since the check's in the mail, excuse the pun, it seems like something stronger is required.
How about this? What if we did a consent agreement for another civil penalty, wrap it all together, and if it's not signed within a certain time frame, move to hearing?
I love it.
I amend my motion to that.
How about if you do that and they in order to move it probably forward quicker, if you vote to send it to hearing, but accept if signed a consent agreement. So that way the hearing will be set, the hearing can go forward if you don't get anything back. And then it's not being kicked down the road even further. So the hearing would be set. You can offer a consent agreement in the meantime, and if she signs, accepts that, then the hearing can be vacated.
That's even better.
Excellent idea.
I amend my motion to that.
So what are going to be the terms? What are the proposed terms of the consent agreement?
That she pay the current amount due and whatever additional penalties we would impose. What is it, 250?
The original was 250, so it's moving from non-disciplinary to disciplinary by the consent agreement. But I guess we need to address the failure for the board order.
Yes.
I agree with that.
So what do y'all think on that?
I agree with that. They should be taken seriously. Like,
I don't think the original one was 250. I think it was 75.
Oh, 75. Okay. Thank you for the correction.
Well, not following should be, what is it, 250? I don't remember.
I don't think we have standard terms for failure to comply with an order, do we? Not that I see.
We don't, and I don't think we should, because
I don't
we got
either.
different gravity of situations, and it's gonna have to be determined. Each situation's gonna have to.
Yeah, I mean, this is an administrative violation. This would be different, a lot different if
Absolutely.
it was something else too.
Yep.
There was a similar case a couple meetings ago where there was non-compliance with, I believe it was a non-disciplinary order. You voted it to hearing, and after the hearing, you resolved it with a disciplinary order for the same amount as the initial non-disciplinary. That's
Thank
the
you.
most recent kind of similar situation.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. So sounds like that might be the appropriate direction.
For the 10 millionth time and the last time, that's how I amend my motion.
So to offer a consent agreement for disciplinary CE for the total payment, our disciplinary civil penalties, total payment of $150. We're going to move that to hearing, and in the alternative, we would accept that consent agreement.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Thank you for being present today. The board staff will be in communication with you. Thank you. On to 32A, special request from Ishmael Abdinay. I can't say this.
Abuhani.
Abuhani. Is Mr. Abuhani present?
I did see him trying to log on earlier. I'm
Okay.
just checking to see if he's still on here.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
He is. He just has to unmute his line.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
if
can.
you could please introduce yourself for the record, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
That's fine.
I'm sure you did.
Ismail Abu Hania. I'm an Arizona pharmacist license, and my license is on a probation, probation license. And I'm kindly asking the member to try to lift my probation, my license.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, anything you'd like to add?
Nope, just here for questions.
Looks like his paperwork is in good order. He's complied with everything.
That's correct.
Mr. Abuhani, what have you learned through this process?
I learned that big mistakes, as I said in the previous meeting, not to sign any papers, without reading, and try to comply with the rules and laws for the board.
Board members' questions? Thoughts on a motion, if there are no questions?
I have a question, I guess. Historically, how is it common practice for us to terminate probation early if all the terms are complied with?
I believe it was built into this consent agreement. It's actually a term of the consent that he can request early termination.
Then I'll make a motion to approve the request for early termination of probation.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for being present today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of you.
Right. I believe we are to tab 33. Dr. Gandhi, do we want to start with executive director reports? So you got a lot of stuff here. I know we're not going to go into depth probably on everything, but I'll let you take it over.
Certainly, Madam Chair, and if it's okay, I'll skip around my agenda items for the easier low fruit items first. 33A, I, and A2, I guess A1 and A2. Similar discussion about NAPLEX and MPGE. In our state, we have the ability to take it 5 times, and 5th time is the last and final time. And as we get into discussions about increased fail rates and so forth, I wanted to take this on first, get the board's position so that when we do run into it, we have some answers. So the question for the board is, if an individual takes NAPLEX 5 times unsuccessfully, obviously that's their last time in this state. They can move around to another state and take it for 6, 7, 8, 10 time, whatever it is. In some states allow that. But if they take it there and then they want to score transfer back to our state, is that going to be allowed?
I don't feel comfortable with that.
How would we know? Do you get the entire history?
NABP would send that information to us. I believe we would have the information available.
I don't know that I want to say no entirely, although it makes me uncomfortable, right? If somebody's been practicing in another state for 10 years after this happened, clean record, all those kinds of things. To me, that's different than somebody that fails it 5 times, moves to Florida, takes it another 5 times, passes, then immediately reciprocates to Arizona. I don't know that it's a one size fits all answer, I guess, is where my head is right now.
But then that person would have to take the MPJE exam here.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So in my opinion, NAPLEX is NAPLEX. If they pass a NAPLEX exam in Florida or California, we should accept that score. When that person comes back to Arizona for whatever reason, family or whatever, then we'll make that person take the MPJE exam.
Mr. Dang, there's a difference between reciprocity and score transfer. Reciprocity, they've had the ability to practice in that state for a little while as a pharmacist.
Okay.
And so I'm not questioning the reciprocity component because that's a different equation, right? It's the score transfer component. So once you take the NAPLEX, you have the ability to transfer your score within, I believe, 90 days or within 90 days. And they could have just taken it 5 times for our state.
Right.
And now it's the 6th time. And they may have not practiced in another jurisdiction.
Could our possible remedy be that it comes before the board for a decision?
It's not how it's outlined in statutes and rules. I mean, it does say take it 5 times NAPLEX, but the 6th time could be for Florida. But they didn't complete the process in Florida. Now they're just transferring their score.
So wouldn't we need to change the statute then?
We probably would need to. I'm not sure. I'd have to break it down and see if we exactly need to. And that's why I'm bringing it before you guys.
How many states? I know that there's a handful, but like, I guess I would like to see before I'm willing to make a decision, like how many states allow this? And then how do other states handle the same topic? I know Utah, I've heard a similar discussion happen there. I know they were interested potentially in bringing forth a resolution last year. It didn't go anywhere. But I feel like maybe some more information might be helpful to weigh in on it. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Do other states have limits on how many times it can be taken?
A lot of states do. And there's, as Lori said, sorry, Ms. Walmsley said, there's a handful of states that allow you to take it indefinite amount of times.
The statutes, are there any similarities between, let me rephrase that. Does the Arizona statute specifically say that somebody can't go to another state and take it? Or if they do, that counts as the number they used here in Arizona?
No, I believe it, and I can't recite it exactly, but it's 5 times and you're done.
In Arizona?
For Arizona.
But it does it specifically mention any other states? So that's where I'm going.
Is it?
No.
Because if it doesn't, then.
So Thorwald, the thing about Naplex is you can take it anywhere in the country. You know, you can take it internationally as long as you have access to internet and stuff like that. So, but you have to designate what state you're taking it for.
Mhm. So it's, I would think that we would have to look at the statute to make a final determination. If nothing else, get a legal opinion on that, because the way it sounds is that's specific to Arizona. And that wouldn't, in my view, wouldn't account from another state. And if they took it and passed in another state that allowed them to do that, even though they've taken it in another state, the reciprocity would kick in and they would be able to use it here. That's my thoughts.
The Naplex and the MPJ failure rates across the country are definitely going up. It's certainly a concern. It's part of how we protect the public, so I definitely think it's warrants additional discussion. I don't know that I think I'm ready to make a decision today on either one of these.
Second one may be a little easier because it's specific to Arizona.
Right.
The MPJE. If you fail it 5 times and you're done. You can go to Florida and take their MPJE, but that doesn't translate back to Arizona.
But I do think it's worth a discussion, right? So like, what does the item review process look like? I know NABP has, the item rating groups, and I think we have a couple compliance officers that participate in that, but the test is only as good and as up to date as the questions are, and the question banks are huge, right? So when's the last time all those questions were reviewed, all those kinds of things too? Because I mean, there is a wide variety of pass rates across the states. And then obviously then there's the whole concept that NABP is looking at with potentially a national jurisprudence exam,
Right.
which also is going to complicate things if people have different rules as we move forward.
I think the universal law exam will be more federal and not state specific. So there might be some states still carve out their own exam to give, but it'll be more federal law driven. But if I can ask Sandy, I know we participate in the MPJE questions. We do it annually. Do the entire bank annually. So we are up to date on ours.
Thank you for doing that, because I don't want to do it. It's fun with a PH.
So did you just say if the national exam exists, we would only allow it 5 times here?
The universal
Mhm.
law exam, correct. Right now, statutorily, it's 5 times for NAPLEX and MPJE.
But if they come up with a new exam, we just
It would
would
still be
assume it'd
5
be the
times.
5.
The only thing we did in rules is replaced, it says board approved law exam, which means if we migrate to universal law exam, our laws are adaptable to the new version. Bring it back, Madam Chair. I'll get some answers from NABP and the rest of the
I think so.
states.
I think so. We could make a better decision.
Okay. So before I get into all the bills that we've been monitoring and tracking, agenda number 33A5 is NABP's coming up, in May, and it's being held in Fort Worth, Texas. So looking for delegate and alternate delegates for that meeting.
I'll volunteer to be either the delegate or the alternate delegate.
Who's planning to go? I guess show of hands.
I'd like to go.
So we also get a sponsorship too. So I guess there's really three questions that maybe really. Yeah, I'm planning to go too. So. 4 of us planning to go? You going? Okay. Oh. I mean,
I wasn't planning to go independently, but I would like to be the board's delegate if so approved.
the sponsored person.
Correct.
Okay. Is everyone okay with Mr. Anderson putting his name in for the board sponsorship for
Yes.
attendance
Yes.
to pay for his conference?
Agree.
I agree with that. Matter of delegates. So delegate and alternate delegate. So Mr. Dang, you're volunteering
For the alternate, if
for the alternate. So we need a delegate.
I don't mind being a delegate.
Okay.
And then who's the alternate?
Yeah, sure. Alternate. And we'll all work together on the decisions anyway. All of us that are there, we'll talk about it, all the items anyway. And a small caucus.
All right.
Do I have a motion with regards to the NABP annual meeting?
I will make a motion that Mr. Anderson be our,
Sponsored.
yeah. I don't know what it's sponsored. It's called something else, but I was trying to come up with the right word. That, oh, can I nominate myself as delegate and Mr. Dang is alternate?
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I think it's great. I mean, that's the most board members we've had in a while, and I highly encourage anybody that has the opportunity. So the more we can kind of spread that out, if of those of us who have employers that will send them, I think it's great. It's always a great learning opportunity. So looking forward to the discussion.
I think what they'll learn is we're not on an island by ourselves, that all the states have similar challenges and how they all deal with different challenges and stuff. So it's a great networking opportunity.
Absolutely. It's some of the best educational opportunities I think that are out there for board members. So
Absolutely.
even for public members, Mr. Thorwald, if you're ever interested in going, there's public members there too.
The only reason I didn't put my name is I was thinking what good I would do there with all these distinguished people here. So, but I would find it very interesting.
All right. Dr. Gandhi, where do you want to go? Yeah, we skipped 33A3 too, just so you don't forget. I don't know if that was intentional.
33A.
A3.
A3.
You skipped that, the rules and updates and all that good stuff.
Gotcha. I will get to that, Madam Chair. Sorry. Yeah, let's go into that. So I wanted to give an update on Just Culture, some of the task force meetings we have, and I've spoken to you, Madam Chair, about the Just Culture. We have redone our form to request the information that relates to Just Culture and prescription errors. But we do need to further dive into that from with our Attorney General and go over the form, make sure it's not a problem implementing it. So there's more to come on that. So just want to give you a heads up. A rule writing task force meeting update. We had a pretty robust dialogue at the last meeting. There's 2 agenda items in your board book around Drug Supply Chain Securities Act and transfer of controlled substances. So I'm hoping that you guys had a chance to review that. It looks like we're streamlining a lot and making it simpler, and would like your approval to move forward with that language, if that's okay, seeking the governor's final approval and then presenting it to public comment and then to GERC hopefully after that.
Are the transfer rules included in that as well?
Transfer rules, I believe, were in your board book. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Transfer rules as well as Drug Supply Chain
And
Securities Act.
for the public, if you aren't following the rule rewrite committee, one of the major changes we've made there is just cleaning up the language around the electronic transfer and then trying to remove some of the, I guess, administrative burdens for pharmacies where if you are using an electronic system or you're using faxes, that you don't necessarily have to have the pharmacist name or intern's name or technician name on either one of them, since there's no, like he said, she said, the paperwork should suffice for that. So trying to reduce the number of phone calls between pharmacies and really just kind of modernize the language, since there's not a lot of verbal transfers that occur anymore today.
Simple word is traceable, right? As long
Yeah.
as it's traceable and everything is documented electronically, then take out the handwritten stuff and administrative stuff.
Well, and honestly, it'll hopefully encourage people to use that type of technology versus doing the phone calls, which is obviously more difficult and more time consuming for everybody. So
Absolutely.
Also, just to note, like emphasize what you just said, modernize the fact that a technician can take a transfer. People still question that as long as they're trained to do so and delegated to do so.
Correct. So I'd like a motion. to move
you'd like a
forward.
motion to move those two rules?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to move those two rules forward as lined out through the committee.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other thing that was discussed during the task force meeting, and this is being talked about across the country, is temperature sensitive products being mailed. And what we identified at the last task force meeting was this, we're trying to address this at the finish line, where now the pharmacy is shipping to the patient, but there's so many other factors from where that product is made. It may be made internationally, going through either a ship coming to this country or through the air, but it's going through a lot of excursion points. And the challenge is, if we do anything in our state, we're doing it for our state. And this is not a problem just in our state, it's a global problem. And so it probably needs to be addressed federally through the FDA rather than just at the finish line. That was interesting conversation, I don't want to say fun, but it was an eye-opening where all the breakdowns could happen. And I mean, at the end of the day, the pharmacy dispensing the product may have gone through so many excursions that product is probably impacted already, right? And it's not fair to just address it at that point. So it was good discussion, and we'll continue to drive that message with NABP to get engaged with FDA, and then drive that message with FDA and see what they can do as far as that goes.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank the members of the committee that volunteer. So we've had a number of different people, and we actually had some subject matter experts actually participate in the last committee meeting. So I know it's a lot of time. I see Mr. Morris in the audience. I know they dedicate a lot of time to this, as well as the board members that sit on that committee, but really think it's important that we have broad perspectives so that we make sure that we do the right things for the citizens of Arizona.
Absolutely. And I think some of the parties that were involved did mention that, when concerns are addressed to them, they are doing the right thing by taking care of the patient's needs. So that was refreshing. Anything else to add on that one, Madam Chair?
No, thank you.
Last thing on.
Before we go
Yep.
farther along, could we go back to Just Culture for just a moment?
Absolutely.
I've looked at all the material and had discussions that everybody's brought up. And I see where if something is factual, how you can go right through the Just Culture and you can make good decisions. But at the same time, I find a lot of things gray, and how each one of us would interpret different sections that aren't absolutely 100%, which is what most things are not. For instance, is that person in front of us lying? Are they telling what's going on in this? How do you make those determinations? And I see it going back to the same thing it was 40 years ago in my own mind. Individual evaluations of what that person is saying. One person I've seen in the past, somebody else on this board comes up with one conclusion, somebody else comes up with another conclusion. So I don't see Just Culture in the way a lot of other people do. I think it's still, yes, this is nice to have this outline here. We've put down something that's, in my mind, been around for 40 years or longer, but it still comes down to how do we evaluate it based on our own personal views when it is not absolutely 100% decision. I just murdered 3,000 people by giving them a bad drug, obviously, and I don't care. And they stated that. Very simple. But if it's anything else, it's not. So I have a problem with this great just culture as it is. And I just want to say that.
Thank you, Mr. Thorwald.
The last one on my list, Madam Chair, is Law CE for board meetings. And we've had discussions, and I've gotten a feedback from what the board wanted to do, and I wanted to bring it back. And you and I have had discussions around this. We've had discussion with NABP and what it would take to implement a ACP accredited law. And there's a lot of effort before meetings, after meetings, and then of course there's a fee associated to the board for each credit we issue. And for a board meeting, that's 4 sessions. And financially it adds up. And then time-wise for board staff to invest before and after is an enormous task. I sent you an initial form to fill out. That form may have to be filled out by some folks even attending our board meeting as well to incorporate that into the ACPE model. So rather than go up that stream, we basically are going back to the old-fashioned way. And that's Ms. Walmsley introduced it this morning and this afternoon about giving a paper copy in attendance of the board meeting, each session, morning session, afternoon session, and so forth. The morning session or one session offers you 1.5 CEs. The full day offers you 3 CEs. 2-day meetings offer you a total of 6 CEs for Arizona. I don't know if other states will accept ours. I doubt it, but could certainly try. It may cost you a discipline, but you can try. But we have gone back to the old-fashioned way of doing it. We will, of course, grow, learn, and modify and make it electronic at some point. But that's what we have to offer today.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi, for doing all the research and looking into it. I feel like it's a good compromise. I understand the costs. I understand all the administrative burdens, and that's probably not the most effective use of staff's time. So I totally appreciate that, but I think it's great. I think it's a great opportunity for us to encourage the public to come and attend the meetings, hopefully live and in person so that they can see we're not scary people, hopefully. But I think it's a great compromise. So I commend you and the staff for doing the work and hope that we'll see more people come to the meetings again.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing you wanted me to add, Madam Chair, I'm going to move to the last agenda item on my list before I get into the bill discussion is NAPLEX pass rate update. There's been a lot of chatter around the country about the increased fail rate. And, all fingers are being pointed at boards across the country as well as NABP. There's multitude of reasons why that's happening. It could be colleges maybe lowering their standard, which they may not admit to, but we do see that happening. It was an entry pharmacy exam that was mandated across the country when I went back into school when there was only penicillin on the market, right? But that's no longer available. So some of the minimum standards required to enter into pharmacy schools are gone. And of course, the pharmacy world has also increased. Drugs are coming out, every year, several drugs are coming out. So the practice is getting more complex. But the article you had me share with the board members is an interesting one. And it is kind of alarming, especially knowing that there's a shortage and we're not having the pass rate that we should have or need to have to fill that shortage gap.
Thanks for sharing it. I found it was interesting, and I like to read a lot of nerdy things. So thank you for indulging me and sharing it with the other board members. But I thought it was pertinent and topical to your first discussions.
Yeah, it's not an end to this conversation. There's going to be a lot of chatter that's happening and maybe some changes over the next couple of years or so. So we'll have to see.
I have a quick question. Is there more of a shortage in metropolitan areas or rural areas? Is there any kind of breakout of that, or is it across the board?
The The statistics are very clear from AACP that that colleges are not able to fill their seats right now. We already know what's going to be graduating for the next 4 years based on who's been admitted. And enrollment rates are down about 38% from the height of the enrollment trends in like 2008 and 18. So the schools are not filling their seats today across the country, and it's not specific to one state versus another, private versus public institution, older school versus newer school. There's very few schools if you look at the numbers across all of the universities that are even anywhere close to their goal number of applicants or goal number of seated students.
Is there any numbers on why? Like high cost, high stress, etc.
I think that is a big conversation in the industry. I attended a conference this weekend, and I don't want to get too far off the agenda, with AACP and with a number of the deans and academics. And that was a big part of the conversation is, how do we fix the enrollment trends in the profession? Because all medical professions are seeing a decrease in enrollment. And we're coming into this point where as some of the population retires and there's a higher medical burden with people getting older, there's going to be challenges. So I know there's lots of discussion about it. I don't think anybody has the real reason why yet.
Where I was going with that question was certainly there's been things that Arizona's done, but other states have done, and other medical professions to increase enrollment. For instance, if you go to graduate from becoming a doctor, and you go serve in a rural, low-served area, you get your costs taken care of if you serve there so a certain period of time. Have there been discussions about things like that or others that might create more enthusiasm and motivation for people to
I believe
study pharmacy?
Utah got a grant for first year being no charge to the pharmacy students. So I think people are trying to put some creative solutions in place.
Thank you for indulging me.
I just have one, going back to the MPJE, the limitations of MPJE and NAPLEX, Dr. Gandhi, given the fact that we're expecting a shortage of pharmacists in the market, perhaps we should consider eliminating the 5 times limit. That would help mitigate the pharmacist shortages in Arizona.
I'm not a fan of lowering standards.
Well, in my opinion,
me.
if they already pass or graduated from a pharmacy school, the knowledge is there. Some people have problem taking exams, and removing the limitation, you would alleviate the pressure on the students. That means they don't have to worry that, oh my God, I only have one last time to take. Then that added more pressure onto the student, and then they'll fail. So if you eliminate that, then it would help mitigate the pharmacist shortage, in my opinion.
There are statistics on the longer you wait from the time you graduate to take the exam and even pass it, the percentage of your successes gets smaller and smaller, right? So even if we increase it to 6, 7, or 8, or whatever it is, out of 100 candidates, 2 or 3 may pass. I don't know the exact statistics, but it does get smaller and smaller as you get further away from your graduation date.
I agree, but
And
if
the
you
other
look at the
challenge-
other side of the coin, you have 2 or 3 additional pharmacists in the market.
No, I agree with you, but I mean, you're entering a profession that's got a lot of stress. So to be saying that, hey, it's my last time, I'm stressed out, and then you get into the workforce and you got more stress, a different type of stress.
And I mean, I think we're going to bring back the discussion on the exams again, but I'm not sold that MPJ is entirely necessary. There are states that have eliminated it. I don't know that it's any less safe for those pharmacists that practice in those states. I know that's a big controversial topic, and definitely don't have it on the agenda today, nor do we have the time for it. But I don't know. I think there's a whole lot to unpack with all of this.
And Dr. Gandhi, can we allow students before graduation to take law exam? Is it something like can be done?
Not before they graduate, no.
Not before.
No.
Okay. Fun discussion.
Yeah, more to come on that.
All right. Do you want to jump into our very long list of bills?
Let's jump into bills. Madam Chair, as you can see, we've been tracking about 47 bills. But there's only not 47 that I want to discuss today. I will discuss the ones that are moving and get the board's position on it, as I do get calls here and there asking about what is the board's position. And prior to talking to you and to Neil about some of these bills, it was always, it's my position only, not the position of the boards. And if they want to hear it, then we get into that conversation, but I'm crystal clear with that disclaimer. The first bill I'd like to talk about is HB 2100, which is Administrative Completeness Review Licensing. Directs the state agency to include on their website a list of items needed for an application to be deemed administratively complete. And I believe we already do this, so there's not a concern with how we operate, but my recommendation was still no position on that. And I'll open it up for discussion.
That was my position as well, for the record. Any concerns with that?
Not from our perspective, no.
No, but board members, any concerns with no position on this particular bill? Dr. Gandhi, do you want to take a vote at the end, or is that proper, Ms. Galvin, or do you want us to separate them?
I think he can proceed to go through the list and update the board, and then if anyone wants to raise the issue at that time, and then at the end, take the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Just I'd like to add, I'm sorry, there is two bills I cannot vote for if we can't take those separate.
Well, let's see if we even talk about them.
Yeah.
I have one too, depending.
Second one is House Bill 2113, medical assistant scope of practice. Expands the acts that a medical assistant may perform without the direct supervision of a medical doctor, physician assisted, or nurse practitioner. So they basically get to transcribe notes, relay notes that have already been in the charts and stuff like that. Doesn't necessarily affect the Board of Pharmacy, but it may impact, as a pharmacist may call doctor's office or something like that, especially when specialty pharmacies are involved and so forth. So again, I noted no position on that.
Any concerns with that, board members? Please speak up.
Okay, next bill is House Bill 2308, occupational licenses, criminal offenses, prohibition. Appeal a decision or denial, suspension, or revocation of a license. Sets parameters on when an agency can deny, suspend, or revoke a license. My recommendation was against or oppose.
When can they, I didn't read you this one, I'll just be honest. When can they revoke a license? What's the part that you're opposing, I guess?
They already have the authority to appeal the process. They have 35 days from the time the order is there. And if it's a consent agreement, obviously they've already agreed to it. But a board order is appealable to 35 days. So I'm not sure if this is absolutely necessary or not at this point.
It's just an appeal to a different body, it looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
Versus an appeal to us,
It
and then
can-
potentially OR or something like that.
Exactly, and they can do that today as well. No, they can take it out of our hands and put it into OAS or Superior Court or whatever they want to do.
So the basis of your position is just you don't think it's necessary.
Not.
Any concerns with the opposed position on this bill? Anyone?
I would agree with Mr. Gandhi. I wouldn't think would be necessary. There's a lot of other safeguards already built into the system to be able to deal with this.
Next one is House Bill 2471, rulemaking legislative approval. This basically states that rules approved by GERC need final approval by the legislators. And my recommendation was against. I mean, it's already a lengthy process to go through a rulemaking process. Today, we have to get the governor's initial approval. And then after we have our discussion and all that, I have to get the governor's final approval, move it to GERC. So there's already so many layers in the process. And then on top of that, now legislators want to get involved.
I agree with you on an opposed position here. I see this in other states, and I do think it kind of ties our hands because then rulemaking is also tied to the legislative sessions, which means that we can't necessarily move it forward. Obviously, there would still be the ability to do emergency rulemaking, but I don't know that it's necessarily in the best interest of the public to do that because there could be things that we need to act on in between. And there's so much work that we do throughout the year. I think it's rather than trying to compress it all into one short timeline, I think it's better for the public so that they have time to digest the rules, that we can continue with the rule task forces, all those kinds of things. And I agree that there's enough other layers that exist that provide safeguards for not having overregulation.
I would throw this out. The GERC workload is not as heavy as what we have here, but it is at least half, and that is twice a month. So, I mean, once every month, and then the second meeting to make decisions on it. But GERC also has a fairly good sized staff, along with accountants and other people to do evaluations. And the timeliness of it is very important in getting a lot of this through. If the legislature is going to do this, it would really handicap the system and make it very difficult to get rules done. And some agencies and boards, quite candidly, don't do very well at putting rules together. And without that discussion with the legislature involved, it would make it very political versus matter of fact. It would make it very inefficient in my view. Again, but I have to qualify that because I'm also on GERC at the moment. So.
Perfect.
Any other comments or concerns with an opposed position? Hearing none, carry on.
House Bill 2491, Administrative Rule Oversight Committee dissent. Can appeal board's decision if inconsistent with legislative intent or beyond statutory authority. Again, my position is against that, as I think we have plenty of oversight and we have our AAGs, 2 of them, matter of fact, because one couldn't handle us, so they appointed another one just to make sure we stay on the arrow there. I think we got a lot of safety measures, parameters. I think we all understand what the role is of the board. And as long as we stay in that space, you know, there's protection of being sued or whatever the case is, right? So I think Jennifer and I also do a pretty well job trying to keep you guys focused and as consistent as we possibly can. So I don't think this is necessary.
I would also concur with you because legislative intent is difficult. It's easy to do it through this one legislature, but you get out several lectures out and you have no clue. And if you don't have consistency with legislative counsel who probably took notes on it, you have no clue what the intent was. You can guess, but that's just that, it's a guess.
Any concerns with the stated position of oppose?
Okay, next bill is 2593, Public Records Timeframe. Impose civil penalty for willfully or intentionally refusing to give out a public record. Requires request to be fulfilled within 5 business days. in the history that I've been with the board, about 8.5 years now, I don't think we've denied any public records request. Now, within a time period that they've stated, 5 days, that may be impossible to do in some respects. Because for our agency, I'm actually the gatekeeper of that, and my signature has to go on those when released. And if I'm on PTO that week, we've already exhausted the 5 days, right? There are situations where public records requests are pretty complex, where we have to get ADOP involved and do word searches throughout the database to find records, and it could be thousands of pages where now we have to go back and redact some information. 5 days is just an unrealistic ask.
Well, and I mean, we deal with very sensitive records too. I mean, we've got patient health information, we've got financial information, we've got personal information on licensees. So I do agree with that. I mean, obviously we want to work with the public, but we also need to make sure that we protect privacy. And we need to make sure that our team has enough time to do that in a meaningful way. Any concerns with that position?
I concur with everything that's been said on that.
The next, we'll go into Senate bills, is Senate Bill 1021, Scope of Practice Process Repeal. Repeals the requirement that state regulated health professionals go through the statutory sunrise review process for proposed scope of practice expansions. And I stated no position on that, as that role really is for the associations when they want to expand in individual professions roles and stuff like that. It's not an agency's position to dive into that realm.
Any concerns?
Next one, Senate Bill 1076, marijuana funds, uses enforcement. Outlines where marijuana funds can be used and for what purpose. Again, no position on that. There's a multitude of places where these funds are used. One of them is our PMP program, and it doesn't look like that's being impacted.
Well, that's good to hear, because we have one of the best systems, I think, out there, and Doug's team has a lot of the resources that they need to do the analytics. So I'm glad to hear that. So just no position on that one,
No
Dr. Gotti?
position. That's correct.
Any concerns?
No concerns, just a curious question. I don't know if you can answer, but now that it's available recreationally, the funds for this, they've not declined. I was just curious that it would seem to me that they may have declined since we allow it recreation.
They may have, I can't answer that. We were hoping and monitoring it when it went recreational, how it would impact us, and so far it has not, so.
I guess the one watch out for me would be is we probably should continue to monitor this and just make sure there are no amendments that would exclude the PMP.
Absolutely.
Because that would potentially devastate the program, and I would hate to see that happen.
Agreed.
And that would make me want to change the position.
Senate Bill 1085 is the next bill, pharmacy independent testing and treatment. Test and treat for flu, strep, SARS, and public health emergency pursuant to a statewide standing order, rule, or executive order. Again, as an agency board, we have to stand back. I have no position on that. It's more of an association push.
Well, it can go to public safety, so I could make a case that it would be our business as well.
Several years ago, I tried to hold that position, and it didn't fare well for myself and the governor's office. So I would strongly recommend that we not stand on a
I
position.
think most of us are probably personally supportive, but that's not probably the role of the board. So
Correct. Senate Bill 1128, state agency payment cryptocurrency. Agencies may partner and accept with cryptocurrency as means of payment. And again, no position on that.
any concerns? Mr. Thorwald's going for the mic.
I'm actually for it. myself, but I have to disclose I'm on the chairman of the board of a cryptocurrency hedge fund, so.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't take your position on that.
Senate Bill 1211, pharmacists prescribing naloxone reporting, removing reporting requirements for naloxone to the CSPMP. And that is a pharmacy bill, so obviously we have to support it.
Everyone good with supporting our bill?
Yes.
Senate Bill 1234, pharmacy board virtual manufacturer, remove CMO for devices. And these are devices that do not contain drug. Any thoughts on that? My recommendation was no position.
I have to show my ignorance. CMO devices means what device?
So you have a virtual manufacturer, which is in an office space, and they partner with a contract manufacturer. So that virtual manufacturer would have to be permitted by us. But then they can partner with other companies to actually make their device for them.
I understand. I remember hearing about that.
So we still have, the virtual manufacturer still has skin in the game, and we can still hold them accountable.
Any concerns with the current position?
Next bill is SB 1366, regulatory sandbox blockchain. I didn't have a position on that. Blockchain is an interesting concept where it's really hard to corrupt data or manipulate data, and so the integrity is there. But again, it's no position from the Board of Pharmacy.
I'll jump on the blockchain and say it is one of the most secure systems out there. And I only know that because it's the basis for cryptocurrency.
Correct. I
Any
have
concerns on that one from anybody? Okay.
There's a lot of other bills that I shared a spreadsheet with all the board members, and a lot of them are in second read, and looks like a lot of them have stalled and may not move forward. But in an event that there's a strike everything bill and so forth, I would request the board give me permission to continue to speak to a chair or vice chair on their thoughts on a bill before I cast my opinion if asked.
Do you want a motion?
Yes,
Is that
I
what you
would.
said?
Yep.
I'll make a motion that Dr. Gandhi can communicate with chair or vice chair on how to proceed with bills as needed.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Madam Chair, I think that's all I had.
Excellent, Dr. Gandhi. Ms. Canavong, are you ready? We're going to talk about some hot water for a change.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I have two reports. I will make it as brief as possible, but I'm going to start with the compliance activity report. This is a 2023 year to date. And before I start, because every time we do these meetings, the board members hear me talk about a lot of numbers. And that's kind of exciting, but the real excitement is the people in the back of the room, the entire back row. So I just want to thank this team. They are the heart and soul of all of this hard work. We have 9 compliance officers, including our lead. We have one incredible executive assistant who is at the heart, I think, of everything that comes through the office. So they are what makes it happen. And we are incredibly fortunate to have such a bright group of people, a bright group of team members doing this really great work for the state. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
I totally agree. I mean, just the total number of inspections in addition to everything else that's done is unreal. 1,320 inspections in a calendar year for 9 people. That is
Correct.
a lot of miles on the highways in Arizona.
And I want to acknowledge as well that this team experienced some turnover in 2023. So they were not a full team, a complete team during last year, and they still managed to do just an exceptional, really impressive amount of work. So I want to give them credit. So thank you very much. So Ms. Walmsley, as you stated, over 1,300 inspections for the year. There was a lot of work done during those inspections. Actually 185 violations issued in 2023. Also, several permits were visited where there was no inspection. Again, these might be courtesy visits, or it could be that we discovered a permit was still in business, but it was not renewed. At any rate, 123 visits for these reasons. And then the team completed 571 CE audits. There are several that are wrapping up right now for 2023. 383 completed complaints, 504 complaints investigated, and 358 permit reviews. And I should also point out that those complaints are just what our compliance officers do. Those don't include complaints that come through the office that are handled by staff who are based in the office. So again, I just want to thank the team. None of this could be done without them. So thank you very much.
Great information. Really appreciate it. Are you going to put a summary in the newsletter of any of the information, especially rounding out the year, maybe for the...
I think that would be valuable for the public to see.
You could certainly do that. Absolutely.
I'm sure we have an intern or something that can help write that.
No more interns.
No more interns? Okay. That's a story for
I've
somewhere.
lost hair.
Okay. Okay.
So if there are no questions, I'll move on to the licensing activity report. And again, I'm going to really give kudos to this team. This is a group of 7 individuals who you may see in and out of our board meetings. Crystal Garcia, who helps run our meeting, is on this team. Hannah Bolts, who has presented many permits over the last couple of board meetings, is on this team, and our other team members who you will continue to meet over time in the boardroom are doing a phenomenal job. We get a lot of applications, process a lot of applications, and they manage to keep up with all of it in a really timely fashion. So I want to thank this group as well. So just a brief year to date for 2023. We issued over 5,900 licenses. That's a lot of work. Over 7,300 licenses were closed. The majority of those were around the November timeframe. So I think we can be safe to assume that that's due to non-renewal. But again, just under 6,000 issued in 2023. And then moving on to permits, 962 permits were issued, 777 closed out. Again, many of those at the time of the end of the renewal cycle. And then just a brief snapshot. So the last time the board met, I shared some data from December 1st, 2023, and I left that in the report so you could see some data to compare the most recent snapshot to. The most recent snapshot was from February 2nd of this year. And you can see that we have very few applications that are sitting in our queue pending. The bulk of those are technician trainees. We're getting a lot of those applications. Otherwise, a handful of the other types of applications are pending in our queue for license applicants, just 147 in total. And then we have 243 license applications in progress. Those are applications that are under review but are administratively incomplete. And then finally, same snapshot report, but for permits. We have just 51 permits that are in our pending, I apologize, 87 permits that are in our pending queue and 104 that are in progress and administratively incomplete at this time. So again, a huge thanks to this team for all the work they do with our applications. The team also does a ton of work with our databases as well as our renewal period. So without them, the board wouldn't have as much interesting material to review at every meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gannabong. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the compliance officers and the staff that really help keep things moving along and for all the work that you do all the time. The one question I had that isn't included in here, questions I still get a little bit is around application processing dates. Like how are we doing for processing time for new applicants, given if their applications are completed? Just curious and for the public's knowledge.
Yeah, so the data that we have in here, at least for pending applications, if we're looking at page 6245, the license applications that are pending, say for pharmacists, as of February 2nd, we had 11 applications pending. That meant they were in the queue and ready to process. On February 2nd, those applications only went back to January 25th. So that's just a 7-day lag time. Does that help address your question, Ms. Walmsley?
Yeah, and I guess it would just be interesting to see like what is the average processing time. So that would be about the average time. What's denoted there? So like for example, technician trainee, we've got applications as old as January 23rd, but through like February 2nd.
Correct. Yeah. So on February 2nd, our oldest application that was submitted was from January 23rd.
Okay.
Correct.
So pretty quick. Anything else? Questions for Ms. Gannabong? Mr. Scavarla, you're between us and the call to the public.
Madam Chair, just one comment on the recommendations on the bills. Can we get a motion to?
Oh, yes, we didn't do
approve
that. Can I get a motion on the bills that we discussed in terms of our positions?
I'll make a motion to approve or
the recommendation.
to approve the recommendations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Doug, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the board. As always, thanks for having me and giving me a little time to talk about the PMP. Thanks for your kind words earlier. And one of the questions I think Ms. Walmsley was asking is, do we see around medical marijuana increase or decrease with the number of patients that are certified to have a medical marijuana card? And if we look at from the time we started tracking that to today, it's about the same. It did go up quite a bit, and then it came back down quite a bit, and it went up before we legalized recreational marijuana, and it's come back down to where pretty much we started. Just in case, being you guys brought that up, I thought I'd share that answer with you. Somewhere behind the scenes, I think somebody has a little slideshow for me, and if they would maybe put that up, that'd be awesome.
That's great because I was just going to recommend for the future. So you beat me to it.
Thank you. Yes, in the past, I've given data around prescription dispensations, and I'm able to put in the board book, and board members are able to see it. And historically, there hasn't been anything for the public to see. And today we're going to change that. So next slide, please. So I think I have about, 12 or 13 slides here, but, we're the controlled substance prescription monitoring program. We're not the opioid monitoring program, right? So we we have every controlled substance that's dispensed in Arizona in the database. I always get asked, well, what's the trend? What's the trends? And when we look at total prescriptions between 2017 to 2020, the total prescriptions, and again, controlled substance prescriptions, decreased by around 1.6 million prescriptions, or 14%. From 2020 to 2023, the total is held relatively steady around 9.9 million. So of course, remember we had the Opioid Epidemic Act in 2018. And I think that the numbers are suggesting that the Opioid Epidemic Act did decrease the total volume of prescriptions, and now they've leveled off. Next slide, please. So here's the one that we've talked about since I started, and that's that total number of opioids. So during that same period, the number of opioid prescriptions has steadily dropped from almost 5.5 million prescriptions to just over 3.6 million in 2023. That's a 34% decrease. Next slide, please. You know, we talk about fentanyl all the time when we talk about overdose deaths, but we don't really talk about fentanyl a lot when we talk about prescriptions. And that's because the fentanyl that's out on the street is very different than the fentanyl in prescription items, as you all know. But I thought it'd be important just to share that slide, and they've decreased significantly too, fentanyl prescriptions. And they've decreased by 57% since 2017. But what you notice is we're not talking millions of prescriptions anymore like we did with controlled substances and the opioid prescriptions. We're looking at under 100,000. Next slide, please. So benzodiazepines. Benzodiazepine prescriptions they're following a slightly different pattern with a 23% decrease between 2017, 2019. And then since then, it's been pretty even kill there, the benzodiazepines. Next slide. So one thing you hear a lot, especially from CDC, is overlapping dangerous combinations of prescriptions. And the CDC considers that a benzodiazepine and an opioid at the same time. So what this slide's doing is looking at patients instead of prescriptions, because I think it's important to think about, if you're talking about dangerous combination and dangerous overlap, you're talking about somebody's life. You're not talking about prescription. It doesn't matter how many of it is opioids and how many are benzodiazepines, how many patients are on an overlapping combination. And it looks like about 23% decrease. I'm sorry, let me redo that. Between 2017 and 2022, there's about 41% decrease, or just over 100,000 patients. One thing that you often hear me talk about is our clinical alerts. And our clinical alerts are what shouts out when patients are on a dangerous combination. And we shout that out to the practitioners and to the pharmacists. And you see that when you look at our PMP report. Next slide, please. So at the very beginning, I started by saying controlled substance prescription are down. Opioids are down. Fentanyl's down. So what's up? And what we're seeing is that there's been a 34% increase, which is about 500,000 prescriptions in stimulants between 2017 and 2023. So then the next question I usually get is, well, which ones? So next slide, please. think we all know Adderall's our number one stimulant being dispensed in Arizona. Year over year, totals for Adderall have far outpaced all the other stimulants. Since 2017, there's been a steady increase of anywhere between 45 and 108,000 prescriptions per year, except the drop last year. And I don't have an explanation of that. And it very well could be even hard to get, right? Yeah. So between 2017, 2023, Adderall prescriptions increased 72%. Next slide, please. Stimulant number 2, Ritalin. And I put the trade names up there for everyone. I just bucketed all generic brand names. But I thought it would be more impactful for the public this way. The second most one was Ritalin, and as you can see, it after this, the total stayed relatively consistent up to 2021. In the last 2 years, we've seen a noticeable increase in Ritalin prescriptions. And that's about a 20% increase between 21 and 23, about 54 prescriptions. So 54,000 prescriptions. Again, we're talking hundreds of thousands, not the millions that we're talking about with opioids, but we are seeing a big increase percentage-wise. Slide number 10, I believe. Yes, phentermine. So phentermine was the third most prescribed stimulant in 2023, but in the past, it had actually been the number 2 most prescribed stimulant. If I was just going year over year there, and could show you that. Interesting enough is there was a 7% decrease of 19,000 prescriptions, and that may be attributed to a reduced use, maybe due to semaglutide. I don't know. I can't make that be an absolute. I don't know that for sure, but I found it interesting that for year over year, it was always phentermine number 2, and it's decreased down to number 3. Next slide, please. And our fourth most prescribed stimulants, Vyvanse. In 2023, there were 100,000 more prescriptions dispensed than in 2017 for Vyvanse. So it's easily the largest increase of the 4 stimulants percentage-wise. And again, those 4 are the 4 that I picked because they're the top 4.
Can I jump in and ask a question?
Sure.
Do you have any indication if these are telehealth prescribers?
I was expecting that question, and the best my data allows me to do is to see if a prescriber is maybe an out-of-state prescriber, which would maybe be more indicative of that. But there is no increase of like out-of-state prescribers. That doesn't mean it's not telehealth. When you
I'm not against telehealth. I'm just curious what the trends are.
When you report into the PMP, there's nothing that makes you report that this prescription's coming in through telehealth. So unless we change the requirement to ask for that, I won't be able to answer that.
I have a follow-up question.
Uh-huh.
Would you be able to narrow down to the age group?
We could.
On these type of medications?
We could.
Okay.
Yeah, we have something that it's called Tableau, and it allows for great data analytics, and I have some fantastic people on my team that can do that type of analytical work, and they do it for me every day.
Great. These information are extremely important, and I enjoy learning the statistical data.
Cool.
Follow-up question. is there a reason why 2023 data on opioid benzo combo is not available?
Yeah, you know that it is. Yeah, I just talked about Tableau, and a lot of these we can build something and click a button, and Tableau will spit out some good information. The dangerous combinations doesn't work that way. It's more manual because we have to go into what is actually overlapping from a day. You know what overlapping means, that the patient had a day where the opioid and the benzo truly overlapped. And it's just a more tedious process. So I didn't have a chance to get that for you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So buprenorphine, we hear a lot about right now, right? And, you know, with focuses on mental health and trying to get the right help for the right people. It's a big focus of the state. It's a big focus within the nation to help patients with mental health, as y'all know. And buprenorphine prescribing has been increasing in Arizona as a result, and I think that's a good thing. I think that it's showing that there's more access to care, and that there's more prescribers that are willing to write for a prescription for buprenorphine. And I thought that would be important to share. Next slide. Last one I wanted to show is, you know, where my brain went was, hey, again, total controlled substances kind of staying around the same, but opioids going down, stimulants going up. What's going on with androgens? And you know, androgens mainly being testosterone products, right? So there's been a steady increase since 2017, overall increasing by 20% between 2017 and 2023. Back to Ms. Snare's question, I also thought, you know, where's telemedicine fall into this? And I don't have a good answer for you.
I have a question on this one.
Sure.
Because this is all total prescription, so it's not going to differentiate between someone getting 200 milligrams IM a week of testosterone and a woman who's getting like micrograms.
It wouldn't.
Okay.
No, it's just looking at if a controlled substance, and in this case testosterone, was in the product.
Are compounded products counted in that too as well, as long as they're entered obviously correctly?
Yes, ma'am. So that's really the presentation I had for you guys today. If you have more questions, I'd be glad to take them. Yes, sir. I don't, and again, it's because what's required to be reported into the program is controlled substances. So unless as a state we required all drugs to be reported to the prescription monitoring program, I can't do that. Yeah, but if I had them all, I could.
I wanted to tell you thank you for your presentation on promethazine with codeine fraudulent e-prescriptions. I went back to work and the next week had, I don't know, 15 of them. Fraudulent promethazine with codeine out of state e-prescriptions. So this really happening out there. And I wouldn't have known any of it without your presentation.
I totally agree with that. I followed up at my employer as well and really appreciate the presentation and thank the DEA for coming in for it. And this was great information as well. It validated everything that I thought I've seen. And it aligns with what I'm seeing out there.
Well, thanks for the kind words, but I think Erin with DEA made that presentation, and I think she spent a little time with NABP, and I think we had a plan of how do we get the word out there, and you guys were the first stop, and I think she's taken her show on the road to get the word out there more and more.
One last question. Do we as a board have the capability of monitoring the usage or the consumption rates of opioid derivatives such as dextromethorphan or Imodium?
Could you repeat the question?
Are we able to monitor the usage or the consumption rates of Imodium or dextromethorphan? Because these are they are opioid derivatives. At a higher dose of dextromethorphan, patient can have similar high, just like opioids.
So, Mr. Thorwald's question is similar to yours, that with dextromethorphan, the only way I'm going to get that data is to make it be required to be reported to the PMP.
Oh.
So, yeah, the answer is no. If you guys so chose to want Dr. Gandhi to change what is reported to the PMP, then that would have to go through legislation.
It's definitely doable. We did that with naloxone, right? To put in statute to report to the PMP. It would be a similar thing as to change the statute or convert it to a control substance. Yeah.
Sorry. I had one more thing. I think it's interesting to watch the stimulant use of 2023 with Adderall not being available and then people shifting and then Vyvanse coming out as generic. I think there's a lot of changes in that just in what was available. So I
think you're right.
So thank you for all your hard work.
Mm-hmm.
That falls under Department of Health.
Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing that they ask the PMP to do is if a patient has a medical marijuana card, to put an icon in the prescription drug monitoring program for that patient. And that helps prescribers that might be writing for an opioid or benzodiazepine to at least know the patient maybe also be using medical marijuana also.
I also want to say I appreciate it. I love statistics, and this is very helpful to me.
All right. I'm glad I could help. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Doug. Let's jump to items for future agenda. We obviously will be talking more about exams in the future, so I think that one's covered. Is there anything else anybody else wants to bring up today? We can maybe revisit it again tomorrow, but anything else anybody wants to add?
I do, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this morning we were talking about disciplinary and non-disciplinary CE for med errors. I think, in my opinion, any med errors that are result in harm, patient harm, or additional hospitalization, those should be disciplinary regardless.
I agree that kind of discussion should be had. I would also like to add one thing too, that I think should be on the agenda. RX product, how do we find what RX products are not being registered with the board? How do we let people know that they need to? What methods are available to get that out more than what we've done? What other ways can be reactive, working with the Corporation Commission or whatever? I'd like to see that on the discussion list as well.
Okay, anything else? All right, moving into call to the public. Mr. Morris, anxiously awaiting.
It's interesting. I was talking with the compliance officers beforehand, and I said I come in with 0 items on my list, and throughout the meeting I try and write notes with it. So I have 10 today. I apologize, but I'll try and go through them real quickly.
You gotta start backwards. 10 and then a drum roll to 1 and then so forth.
Well, I don't have them in priority is the problem. I just did them as they came up. So next time I'll try and work on that to make that happen. You guys spent a lot of time talking about staffing, shortages of pharmacists, and we also talked about discipline. I think those things go hand in hand. And I think obviously your goal is to protect the public health and safety. One of the ways that you need to do that is make sure there's an adequate supply of pharmacists to be out there to do it. And I think the issues of what we deal with in terms of discipline affect that we have enough pharmacists and issues. And so I want to be really cautious. There are pharmacists that absolutely need to be disciplined, shouldn't be in this profession. But when we discipline a pharmacist, it stays on their record forever. Whether you think it only stays for 5 years or 10 years in this state, it stays on their record forever. And that makes a difference as to whether they're going to continue to practice, how they're going to practice, and in what environments they are. And I want to be really careful about the ticky-tack ones. There are plenty of pharmacists who do things wrong. I've been a pharmacist for almost 40 years now. I can tell you absolutely, having worked in stores and growing up with my father and my grandfather's pharmacists, any pharmacist who practices any length of time is going to have some error, some issue that occurs. And so I want to be really careful when we discipline them, and because it will stay on their record and it's going to affect the workplace that's there. There's a level of consistency, but recognize every one of these $250 fines, if they're disciplinary, will be with them forever and make a difference as to what goes on. So I want to make sure when we do them, they're intentional and we understand that what that mark is doing on that person. Second one, I want to thank the board for the compromise it came up with on the pharmacy CE that's there. I think that's a great compromise and it gets things out there. I think you'll see a higher attendance as we start to publicize that again. And I think the more people that see the meetings, either live or virtually, it's beneficial to do. So thank you for that one. President Walmsley mentioned the task force and the cold chain task force that we had. I think it's really, real helpful. A number of states are trying to deal with the cold chain issue of what's going on, but they're only looking at it from the pharmacist to the patient point of view. And there's clearly from the manufacturer to the wholesaler, from the wholesaler to the pharmacy, which are 2/3 at least of the equation that's going on, to be able to look at that. And so I think the idea of looking at a much broader national scale is very helpful. Again, if all we're doing is looking at Arizona, we're not going to solve the problem. And we're just going to be putting restrictions on issues that we already have problems with the product and they're adulterated before they even get to the pharmacy if we're not looking at those issues. A couple of other comments on workforce. I think someone made a brief mention to it. The University of Utah a couple of years ago put in place, and I think this year it's continuing. The first year pharmacy school is absolutely free to every student that they have, and they still can't fill their number of students who go to the university, which is just amazing to me in terms of workforce. I believe this year, maybe the first year, they've come close to hitting the number of people, but that's with a complete first year free. And it's not like they make it up with double the fees and years 2, 3, and 4 with it. It's that level that's going on. So we're going to have to look at what happens and what we can do on it. With regard to the MPJE, there are a couple of states, Idaho being the primary one, but there's a couple of others that don't even have an MPJE anymore. I'm really curious how that's working in terms of long-term play. They just make the pharmacist avow that they've read the rules and statutes and will comply with them. I teach the pharmacy law class here. I'd be thrilled to put myself out of business if we don't have to teach it to be able to do that. But I will tell you, the threat of having to take the MPJE makes the students learn it much, much better than if we just we're trying to educate them and said, you guys just have to read this on your own and go through it. So I'd be scared to get rid of it, but I'm open to looking at what other ideas there are. Someone asked the question of, could you take the MPJE before you finish school? Arizona allows lawyers, law students, to take the bar in February of their last year of law school before they graduate to be able to do it. It has to be with the student wanting to do it and permission of the university that they think the student is up for it. But that might be an interesting play to look at. And I said, we do it with law students. I'm not sure why we couldn't do it with pharmacy students if they were doing that to make that happen. So I thought that was interesting with it. One of the pieces of legislation that Dr. of Pharmacy Gandhi, and I'm doing this intentionally, did not mention was House Bill 2187, which is 33A 4 on your agenda that's there. It is a bill that is proposed that only MDs and DOs may call themselves doctor in this state. If you want to, if a doctor of pharmacy would have to introduce themselves as, I am doctor of pharmacy so-and-so, I am dentist so-and-so, I am naturopathic doctor so-and-so. I'm less concerned about the written materials because everybody gets it right in writing what their title is and what their name is, but it would make it illegal for a doctor of pharmacy to introduce themselves as a doctor and refer to them as a doctor. It would just have to be doctor of pharmacy. Maybe you guys are fine with that. I don't know. I just think we're going to end up with a bunch of people in violation, not intentionally, that's out there. And so I sort of raise it as something that you want to
Mr.
look at.
Morris, if I may, and that,
Yeah.
the agenda, it was on the agenda. So I mean, I can say that that bill was pulled last week.
Excellent.
By the sponsor. So I don't know if it's going to be heard. That's why it wasn't discussed today, because it hasn't moved forward.
Terrific. Thank you.
And all of the ones that weren't discussed today are ones that we do not believe are moving. And if they do decide to move, you have the ability, if they are starting to get a hearing or whatever, we have chair and vice chair positions
That's
for
correct.
everything.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Mr. Sklar mentioned the presentation, a couple of board members mentioned about the false e-prescriptions that are going on. We're seeing that all over the country now. It isn't, I know when it was presented, Arizona was sort of the epicenter of it. It's going on all over the country, and we really need to do a good job of educating the pharmacists. I've unfortunately had to defend several pharmacists now who filled prescriptions that came in as electronic prescriptions that they viewed as, well, that's the safety net with it, with the electronic, and they now are having citations and discipline and fines from the DEA, which will then resort in Board of Pharmacy issues and everything else with it. And they thought these were absolutely, they were thrilled that they were getting electronic prescriptions and the gold standard for it. So I'd like to see a higher education on that. Other note was there were some questions about the PDMP and the reporting of it. And I think Mr. Sklar mentioned we could do the reporting of all drugs. Nebraska has done that. Their PMP now requires reporting of every single drug going into the PMP. So you can delve and deal with the antibiotics and the Imodiums and other things that are there. Don't know if you want to, but I pointed out that Nebraska has done that. And so pharmacies that are shipping into Nebraska have those same issues that are there. And then lastly, on the marijuana issue, the DEA in Georgia sent a letter to all the Georgia pharmacies telling them, because Georgia had just passed a recreational marijuana bill, and it allowed, because I think there were only 7 dispensaries in the state, it was going to allow pharmacies to dispense the marijuana. DEA came out and specifically sent letters to Georgia. If you have a DEA registration, you better not have any marijuana in your facility, that we do not want marijuana in pharmacies. If Georgia DEA did that, it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the country does, but that's sort of been an interesting issue. So those are my quick updates. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Lynn, do we have anybody online? We have anybody online? Oh, you don't have it?
I don't
Crystal.
see anybody online, Madam Chair.
All right. That concludes our meeting for today. We will adjourn and resume at 8:30 in the morning. Thanks, all.
Thank you.
Recess, I'm sorry.